Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French resistance campaign. I hope you're doing very, very well. I want to say for the record that our tardiness today is all of my fault because I was advising grad students, and that sometimes happens. But I want to thank you all for being here, all of you lovely people in the chat. I'm happy to have you here. This is a gritty Fate French resistance campaign set in occupied Paris in 1942, and it follows the exploits of some agents, all of whom have to deal with the difficulties of what does it mean to do espionage, which is a job that usually involves doing illegal things, you know, like
whatever.
I mean,
we don't do illegal things.
I'm just saying that
is it illegal if the rules were set by Nazis?
Well, that's a question, but most places do say that assassination is illegal. Also sabotage.
But if it's a Nazi.
Well.
Also, stealing secrets is also generally illegal.
You know what? Who cares what the old British men think?
Word.
You know, that was definitely a law set by old British men.
Am I saying?
Yep.
In wartime, we shall run at each other on horseback only. In the middle of daylight, there shall be no street violence whatsoever.
And I feel like that's important, right? And this is following them dealing with the consequences, psychological, physical, and political of doing a very, very, very difficult work. We get to do this because you help us out. So how can you best help us out? By watching the show. That's number one. Thank you for watching the show.
Thanks for being here, everybody.
And the next thing you could do, if you want, you could like tweet out, let your friends know that we're here so they can find us. You can do basically espionage and be like, I've just discovered there are some people that are doing espionage on the Twitch right now. You should come and observe them. Like that, you know, it'd be great. And then if you want, you can also follow on the Discord. We have some spaces there. We have a couple channels. You can chat about the place. You can donate tips or bits, and if you do, we will read out those messages on the halftime, the intermission at the end. You can also join the Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, which helps me pay for this lovely cast. And there may be extra things happening, and so, you know, we had you paid for the voiceover for our special ad for our sponsor. We have a special Patreon tier, which is $200, which will pay for basically 1 week of the show for the cast and most of the cast, and like a little bit of me. And if you do that, we make an ad for you special, and we shout you out and put you a special spot in the credits. And this month's special sponsor, one of our sponsors this month, is Will and TW, who is not only like just so lovely for being a sponsor, but also who is our note taker. He sends me the notes for each episode, which has been invaluable for me, I have to say, but also will help me when I finally get a little bit of extra time, because we have a website for a campaign website, which I'm going to be working on a little bit. And once it gets all fresh and stylish, then, you know, it's all thanks to Will. And I'm going to be using his recaps to populate our session recaps, so that if you wanted to, you could go back and look on the website and see what happened like 3 seasons ago. If you wanted to, it'll be there. It's just not there yet, but it will be. So thank you very much, Willen, for your sponsorship and for being a great community member, like going all the way back to Geek Space TV. And I feel like those are all the things you can do, right? Is that true? I think it's true. That said, I would like to introduce our cast. We have our regular core 4, our Fantastic 4, and also the, you know what? There was this neo swing band that was really big in the Bay Area when I was living there, like in the late 90s, early 2000s. And they were Steve Lucky and the Rumba Bums. But Steve Lucky and the Rumba Bums also had this guitar player, and her name was Carmen Gedit. So it was Steve Lucky and the Rumba Bums featuring Miss Carmen Gedit. And I feel like Pooja is so amazing that she's basically Miss Carmen get it, right? Like we're featuring Pooja. So it's like our Fantastic Four, our core four featuring Pooja as Princess Nalini, also known as Miss Carmen get it. Like, and she was a guitar player and she was just like amazing. So anyway, that said, I want us to introduce all of our cast, but I'm going to start with Pooja, who's our special guest. Pooja, tell us who you are, who you're playing, and what is the question I would like to ask for this week that might be important to know before we get into yes. Here's the question. It's about parties. Parties that are not like fun parties in the back room where you're all going wild, but parties with like official kind of State Department parties with like important people, that sort of a thing. How does your character feel when voluntold or brought to these sorts of parties where you must be on your best behavior? How do you feel about those sorts of parties? Do they make you happy, sad? Do you tend to get drunk and throw things in the punch bowl? Do you like, what is your how does your character deal with being sent to basically mandatory fun? You know what I mean? Like that would be my question. Go ahead.
Fair. Hello, everybody. I am Pooja. You can find me on Twitter at Pooja and at Poojaberwalkie in the Twitch chat tonight, as well as Instagram, Linktree, and a bunch of other places. I am back here tonight playing Nalini Singh, a princess from Rajasthan, and Dr. Preetham Singh's younger sister, who is basically who's like, I guess, drinking from the hose here, because her brother warned her absolutely none before throwing her into a party full of Nazis. So
welcome to how he feels.
Yeah. Also, the
I
first
feel like
thing she saw,
he probably feels more informed, right, than she does. I'm guessing
at this point a little.
Yeah. She also had the real cool luck of getting off of a train, seeing her brother after like 5 to 7 years, somewhere in there, and also seeing somebody get killed. So it's a good old Wednesday over in her life. And as for your question, I think being generational royalty, mandatory fun is something that is so expected and, like, honestly necessary to maintain relationships, to maintain the connections that you need, that it's not fun, but it is just another day of work. So she doesn't loathe it or despise it, but she also doesn't view it as a party. It's work of a different sort.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
And I'm not stirring up trouble, I swear, for Preetham. I'm just asking.
Oh God.
That I have a sense, as a person who's been here for a while, that Preetham disliked that enough to run to England and just leave. That whole thing. That seemed to be the case. How do you feel about the fact that your brother just basically left and went to Oxford and then didn't come back? Rather than coming back, went to Italy, as far as you know, and then now Paris.
Became a Nazi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would be lying if I said she didn't feel a little betrayed. I think she expected him to go get an education elsewhere because that is what she would have done had that route been available to her. But I do think she was miffed when he didn't come back, because her life changed so dramatically in his absence, because she came of age and she stopped being allowed to just run around barefoot and suddenly had to follow these rules. And I think she would have really enjoyed it if her brother was there and had her partner in crime and been able to make jokes about all the people who are at these stuffy occasions. But instead of that, she had to be pretty alone, because he's definitely the closest in age, and even he's quite a bit older than her, so she didn't have that friend, that confidant that would have been really helpful through all those hard years.
Yeah. KP? Who are you? Who are you playing? How much do you love me? And what is your what is your character's relationship to having to be at these sorts of fancy parties? You know, these sort of like parties with full of fancy people.
Hello, I'm KP of KP Living Studios, and I play Dr. Preetham Jaswant Singh, aka Prince Jaswant Singh. And yeah, oh boy, he finds him to be a chore. He would there's a reason he became a goddamn doctor. He just wanted his own little clinic where he could just stay in and have regular people come through. None of this was something he had ever imagined. Like the trajectory his life is currently going is not at all what he ever wanted.
Yeah.
So he didn't really ever want anything to do with big parties or anything. He didn't care for them when he was younger. He found them boring. It was a reason why I'm sure like Nalini and Preetham would run around and make, you know, that was their way of just coping with it, because they would be together. At least that helped him cope with it. But he never cared for them. He hated them. So it was now, I mean, he's more mature about it, and he understands now that this is something he needs to do for the cause that he's doing, but he's not a fan. Also, I do love you. I just currently hate you.
I love you too, which is why I give you presents. Are those presents emotional trauma?
Trooper,
Perhaps.
no matter how fancy you wrap it, shit's shit, okay?
I think of it more like, not like shit, but more like an opportunity. You know? It's an opportunity to test your character. You know, it's like in the military. They just give you moments to test your character. Right?
Okay.
Speaking of testing one's character, Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And your character, who, through your loving and long-standing marriage, got to be at a number of parties just like this. And so I'm wondering what your character's, you know, relationship to these sorts of parties were, and you know how you would act in them. I see that alcohol.
Yeah. So Freda,
Wait,
hi,
who are you
I'm
first?
Lindy.
Thank
I'm playing Freda Engel. She is a famous German opera singer, and she had a terrible husband, who was basically the Nazi party planner in Berlin, which meant she was basically the Nazi party planner in Berlin. Because if we could say like someone was competent on a scale of like 1 to 10, he was like maybe a 2 to 3. Yeah.
I mean,
so
you're very kind.
he's you know, I gotta be a little generous, you know, post-mortem, you know, whatever. But she's planned a lot of parties over the past decade. She's good at it, and she's got some mixed feelings, because when she was still married, it was an opportunity to get out of the house and mingle with other people, which was a very welcome reprieve, but also all those people were Nazis. So, you know, not great, perhaps. Yeah, she enjoyed the time out and the opportunity to get away from her husband. But now her husband's dead, and so I think she dislikes these parties more because she doesn't need an escape anymore. Although there are a couple people here that are nice, and she appreciates the opportunity to be social. So I'd say mixed feelings.
Fair. Well, I feel like we should probably go over to the fella who is your baby daddy.
Yeah.
Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And your character has at times had to be at, you know, unit parties with important stuffy people, and had to be there sometimes. And what is your character's relationship to those sorts of parties with important people where you must be on your best behavior? How do you behave in those parties, and how do you feel about them?
Well, hi everybody. My name's Greg, Grimjack21502. I'll be playing Oscar Mueller, reformed Gestapo agent, something like that. How would Oscar handle the parties that he doesn't want to attend with stuffy people? I would think that even over the past couple years, anything that he would have to attend would have to be some type of like military state function, something like that. And I doubt that he would probably be invited to too many of them, at least not large ones, because of the nature of his former occupation.
Yeah.
I would still say, though, anytime that he is faced with one of those, he would attempt to escape as soon, like ASAFP. So now, 10 years ago, when parties were on the menu, they were fun and a good time would be had by all. Oscar would have guaranteed it.
Did you bring the noise?
And the funk.
Good. I just needed to know this. Which leads us to your wife. Dot, who are you playing? Who are you? And what is your character's relationship to these sorts of events, and how do you behave in them?
Okay, well, there are lots of loaded questions there.
Oh, yes, I
am
know.
the good, perfect German wife of of Erlachsner. I play Regina Kraus. I'm Dot. I'm a person, I guess, outside of playing Regina. I'm Dot. Okay, there we go. Regina is our German-born, kind of defected German who is working for the SOE and trying to lead this cell here in the middle of occupied France. Funny story though, because she's a German woman, she's actually undercover in her own actual identity.
Yeah,
that's correct. Which sucks because who she is for real and what she grew up in meant that she had a lot of these fucking parties. Even after her mom was gone, and because her dad hated them as much as she did, she was stuck being the person that had to actually like smooth and make them happen. And neither of them were very good at it. She's getting better, but she's learned it's a lot easier if people don't want to talk to you. Like, how much easier is that? So she has the perfect cover of being the perfect, horrible, but perfect German housewife. This party is the first party she's hosted that I think she's actually excited about, because it's not really about the party at all.
Mm-hmm. I love that. So, and I'm troopersjp. I'm your GM for this evening, and I feel like we should probably pick up where we left off. It is Wednesday. It is April the 22nd, if I remember correctly. Yes. And we are at a party. We are at an estate, sort of like a noble estate just right outside of Paris, belonging to one Comtesse Lisette Roland. And she is hosting this party at her familial estate. Her estate, this is one that has been in her family for generations. But as happened, when the Nazis invaded the country and then just took over, they also just took over everybody's houses when they wanted them. And all the hotels, like if you had a really nice house and they liked it, then it was their nice house. Usually they would just kick you out, but if you were useful, they might let you stay. And as our Comtesse Lisette Roland, her family was important, and it probably would not look so great if they just kicked her out of her family estate. So they let her stay in like the servants' outbuilding, and they have taken over using this place as a place for important parties, for visiting dignitaries and guests, and she's able to stay there as long as she asks as a hostess at these parties, and puts on a pretty face and makes everybody feel like there's such great collaboration between the French and the German friends. And this party was being put together by our, good German housewife, Regina Leixner, and her dear friend, famous German opera singer, Frieda Engel, the Berlin Nightingale, to basically have a nice brunch, a nice afternoon party with all the people who are important, whatever that might mean. And of course, some people might have been what's the word? Lured to this party that seems so nefarious, encouraged and enticed by
What you're talking about?
rumor that a princess was going to be here. And so there are quite a few people who are very excited to meet a princess from Rajasthan, although I don't think it's actually called Rajasthan at the time, Rajputana. And also there are suspiciously hot wait staff.
Not suspicious. They are simply moving these boxes so we have more room to have our brunch.
Right. How tight are their shirts, though?
They have shirts?
They have to wear shirts. It's 1942.
They're pretty tight.
It's pretty tight. Yeah.
Couple of them, and it's also like a warm
And
day.
it's very
so probably
sweaty.
a couple of them have
A couple buttons.
the first couple buttons. Yeah, I'm done.
Oof.
We provide them with plenty of water and rags
Yes, keeps them well watered
to de-sweat themselves. Yeah.
And there are quite a few of them, and it's just
If they're not hydrated, they can't sweat.
If they're not hydrated, they can't sweat. I'm gonna write that down as a possible title for episode. If and this party has come together, and we're at the moment of the party where the main organizers are here, and we're now getting a couple of people arriving to show up. And when I won't say that yet. We'll pause that. On the other hand, Oscar and Pritam brought Princess Nalini here without telling her what was going on, and also a young lad who does not speak very good German, whose older brother was murdered in front of his face at the train station as they were trying to, escape where they were coming from and come here. And poor little traumatized kid who's like 17. They have been brought to this sort of one of these back houses, which was probably at the time one of these like multi-carriage, it's like a big carriage house, to, what's the word? How do I put this? To sort of drink and play cards and perhaps party a little bit with Adolf Stockmann, who is the party organizer who basically lives in this house, because he plans on making sure that the people here know who's in charge of this house, and it is him. And so he's going to be, he's hanging out, and he's planning on having a good grand entrance when he feels like it, just to let people know, who's in charge. We also have some extra security coming, thanks to General von Stupnagel, who was concerned about the exceedingly important people at this party, and not enough security for his liking, considering how many random attacks have been happening in the city, and the recent massive attack, great band, that happened recently. And, he's sending in the cavalry to make sure that this place will be exceptionally secure, because he does not want any kind of incident with a foreign princess, also a prince, the Berlin Nightingale. Like, there are just some very important people here, and he does not want anybody being murdered by communists, as sometimes happens. But this party has had quite the reputation. People know all about it. Everybody who's anybody has heard about this party. And so our lads are in the back with some alcohol, some very nice scotch, and some cards. And our ladies are up front, taking over the house. And this is where we're going to pull back our curtain to begin. And I would like to start where we ended, which was with a absolutely gorgeous woman walking up to the house, coming out of her car. Nicoletta Fuchs, also now known Nicoletta Jaeger, who, and let me go and pull up my...
Don't look at her. If you don't move, she won't see you.
Oh, she will. because that's
No one has told Melanie that.
no, nobody
we'll get there.
has.
What is it?
Nobody has. Nobody.
I sent you
has.
into the safe hands of Regina and Frida. Okay, that's
It's
the
okay.
best I
Frida's
could
staying
do.
very close to
I figured.
Melanie.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let our players see what we're looking at. We have our dear Nicoletta, who, she just is like, she's not trouble. She's just drawn that way. Actually, she is just trouble. And she's walking up. She's sort of arriving a little bit early, and like behind her, like another car is coming in, and you can see that there's the guards. Are out. There's actually not many people in that outbuilding, because the general's like, no, y'all gonna be up at the entrance to this estate to make sure and sort of patrolling the perimeter. I don't want you all sitting around until more, we'll get more reinforcements. But at the moment, it's like a fairly heavy guard presence at the front, and people are sort of coming in, and she's arriving first, and you have a couple of cars with people coming in after her, and she steps out of her vehicle, and she has there's like the driver, of course, gets out, opens the door for her, and she steps out, and she steps forward, and she sees our two hosts, and probably the princess, and she steps forward with a kind of silkiness, like she moves like she has practiced moving across a space. Do you know what I mean? Like in that kind of but not in a kind of like, I've practiced because I've gone to charm school and I walk like Sandra D across a floor, but somebody who has walked across the floor in a little slithery sort of way, in a kind of
as she's like ascending, getting out of the car and coming towards us, I'll just quietly say in Hindi to Nalini, this woman is dangerous.
Thank
Be
you.
wary.
As she speaks, Regina's gonna head this viper off. And we'll step up to meet her, which is the thing I would do. I already set up what the boost last week, or the advantages for like being the belle of the ball, and so Regina will be the belle of the ball, as much as she would rather watch this woman burn. She steps up with just the biggest smile and greets her, of course, with the French kiss.
And she smiles. She goes, "Oh, my dear, you look lovely. Your hair, how interesting."
Yes, it is a new look, I thought. Something fresh for spring.
It looks so it looks glamorous.
Oh, thank you. I was thinking your dress was so fitting for an afternoon brunch.
Yes, I thought so. I thought it was just the right mix of could move into late afternoon.
Yes, I was thinking it was, well, it is extra.
I see. Are we still in this
Come,
mood?
let me introduce you to my
Please.
hostess. I don't think that you've had the great honor of meeting our guest, the Leixner guest. And I come over to our dear Frida, and I make that eye contact with Frida. And it's like, we have to be on guard. We cannot let this poor woman fall into the grasp of this horrible lady.
Frida, just calm and confident as usual, like I've already warned her.
Okay, good. Regina just makes the eye contact. And she will lead her over and simply say, "I'm sure you know of our dear Frida Engel."
She comes in for a good French kiss, but she
now
pauses.
when you say French kiss,
The baiser.
I was hoping. I'm
Yes.
just, you never know with Nicoletta.
Not with
Ah.
Nicoletta. We don't know anything.
That's true. She has French kissed people inappropriately in front of her husband in a party,
Yes.
in front of Nazi
At
Brash.
a party in
That
front
is
of,
true.
Yeah, which is why I
That is
had to
true.
ask.
You-
I was like, Fredo would have slapped her if that had been the case. But no, just the polite. Yes.
And I'm going to need a roll from you.
What role would you require from me?
She would like to take a discover action on you, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
would she really?
Oh, I was thinking
Yes.
like resist stabbing.
That also could happen.
With her eyes, maybe.
That could
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
happen.
Or words.
Well, she's not very proficient in the blade, as we've.
Yeah, we learned that.
Oh.
You know, that's all supposition. There's no proof.
Well, we could. Never mind.
Rude if I
What
had
would
my
you need
gut
me to roll?
instinct.
She's going to roll awareness
Okay,
is what she's going to roll.
certainly.
She rolls a 4, which is great. She's trying to remember. You seem familiar to her, and she wants to try
Oh.
to figure out where she might have seen you before.
Yeah, I think this is a deceive defense
Please.
because I am not anyone she's ever seen before, except for maybe at that party. And
I was thinking at the
Berlin.
party where you weren't who
Yeah.
you were supposed to be. Yeah.
yes, no, not me, not me.
Oh.
Possibly be.
Couldn't
Hmm.
possibly be me at the last party this estate had.
I'm going
no.
to spend a fate point.
Oh, are you really?
I am.
That's very funny.
And I'm going to
because,
spend a fate point using her high concept, high society femme fatale,
Interesting.
which
and
puts
I'm
her
wait,
at a
which
6.
yeah, I will spend a fate point.
Mhm.
Using my aspect. I have so many, I think we'll go with Stone Cold Manipulator because there's no way. She's just imagining things that I couldn't possibly be. I have so much more class.
Is that true?
It is true. The florist lady was just pretty. She didn't have class.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend another fate point.
Oh,
Could I have helped in this deception?
It's too late now.
Too late now. Okay.
Yes. Because our dice have been rolled. And I'm going to call on the aspect flashbacks
oh,
to bring her up to an 8.
8 compared to my 7.
Yes.
Hmm.
Do you mind?
Give me a moment.
Excuse me.
Give me a
Excuse me. Flashback.
Oh, okay. Flashback, certainly.
It is 1933.
Oh, this is where she's trying to remember me from.
There's a cabaret, Dora's.
Yes.
You are sitting at a
was a little rude to her.
table. Oscar has gone as well. There's been some drama that had happened. There was some.
I believe it was me, Angelo,
You and Angelo at a table.
at the table. Yeah.
And describe Angelo, would you?
Because the others had already left.
Because the others had already left. Because Nazis had come in.
Yeah, and
and
she came
threatened
over and
people.
I was like, oh, yeah, were you the person? Yeah, she left with someone else. Like, bye.
Yes. So there were basically a bunch of brown shirts had come in to harass this sort of queer cabaret.
Yeah.
And Oscar and Regina led them away to some of their own detriment.
Nicoletta showed up
Late.
ridiculously not even fashionably late, ridiculously late.
I believe I think I would call it insultingly late rather than
Insultingly late.
I feel like
Yes,
that's
fair.
Well, we all know the only person insulted was her.
because it was a
Because-
date that she showed up like 2 hours late
Yeah,
for.
and Freda was polite, incredibly polite, as she normally is, but was also like, oh, was that she was waiting for someone and then she left.
Yes.
Yeah, they took too long to get here. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Would you like a seat? She was like, no, and she left. 'Cause
Yes,
Yeah.
that is correct. She walked in and she was looking around to see where Regina would be waiting for her because Regina always waited for her.
Yeah, but not that night.
Well, there were some brown shirts apparently that showed up, and she was looking around to find out where Regina was because
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
she has control of
this
all of her
event.
people,
Yeah.
right? She has control of all of her people.
It's not me being the florist. It's this. Sure. I won't
Mhm.
spend more time.
And
yeah, Angelo. I think we have a picture of Angelo. if
yes,
you
we
wanted
do have
to
a picture
show
of
him
Angelo. Yes,
to everyone, because this is
indeed.
what he would have looked like then.
Mhm. He's on
Very
my
handsome.
he's on my
Italian.
artists page.
He's an Italian opera singer.
And this right here is our Angelo. This was when he was young and handsome, an opera singer who was on the rise and quite popular in Berlin on the stage. And he was sitting next to you, and you two were both canoodling a little bit, although there was a German officer in the corner making obsessive eyes.
Yeah, there was.
And she
Yeah,
came,
Angelo Valentino and I were sitting at a table, and she came over.
yes, and she was looking for someone, and I believe you started it. Yes.
I did. It's like, are you looking for someone? Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a blonde, a bit mousy. Regina was her name?
Regina, we did meet someone earlier by that name, and she like looks over at Angela like what like to corroborate.
And he goes, yes, so we did.
She was waiting for someone, but because the show was almost over, and so she actually left.
Oh. Well, this place seems a little bit dingy for my taste. Do you know where she went?
No, she didn't say. She just said she was tired of waiting.
Oh, was she sad?
Not really. More irritated than anything, perhaps.
How long ago was it that she left?
See, how long ago did the brown coats enter? Probably about half an hour.
Yeah.
Because it was a little while. She was like, almost an hour ago.
Did she say where she was going?
No, she didn't. She just left. We only met tonight. Briefly talked, the tables were all full up.
And she just walks away.
I'll gesture to the two chairs.
She just sort of like leaves you. You're talking to her, and she just turns.
Have a good night.
And walks away because you're no longer interesting or important to her.
Yep.
As she.
Yep. And I will do the same. Just turn back to Angela. But now where we?
And he goes, I think we were talking about after such an interesting evening, you and I perhaps should go dancing.
I think that would be good.
Come. I have good news. I have got the lead role in Rigoletto.
Well, I think that deserves some drinks and dancing in that case.
See? Do you think that woman was, who was she?
I think she was, if I remember, Regina was waiting for someone named Nicoletta. I don't know who she is. She's not in the theater crowd.
No.
Not typically, at least.
Does not look like this is her kind of scene, huh?
Her loss.
Yes. Come. I know a good bar. It's down the way. They've got very good drinks and excellent dancing. If you want, we could do a tango.
Oh, I would love a tango.
Come on. And he escorts you out of Dora's. She's at an 8 to for her discover action.
That's fine. She can remember this Doris incident. That's fine.
I get to ask a question then.
Yeah, I know you do, but it's fine.
Where does she remember you from?
From Dora's.
And as she's coming in, right, for this bizet,
not from anywhere else, just Dora's.
This look of recognition hits her
as she was rude to Freda.
As she remembers you, and she looks a bit surprised, and she goes, you seem so familiar to me, as she comes in.
Oh, well, we have met once before.
Well, I think we might have met more than once. Yes?
Yeah, only spoken once before.
Yes, there was Colonel Gruber's party, but we didn't speak.
Hmm.
You sang, though, and you were excellent.
Thank you.
Gave a little song
is
for
my job.
us. Oh, you're the voice of an angel.
Hmm.
But I think I remember you from somewhere earlier. Yes, a small little cabaret. Oh, what was it
I
called?
did love to frequent them.
Oh, some sort of, I don't know, some sort of little cabaret in Kurfürstendamm, and you were there with some handsome Italian fellow.
Yes. That checks out.
Yes, you were friends with my dear Regina.
Oh, we had briefly met that night, and then I didn't see her for, 8, 10 years? Something like that. Till just recently reconnected.
Yes, and now you're both back together again. That's lovely. Oh, it's not true. I do remember you somewhere else. Yes, we were together at that party in Berlin. Oh, the one that...
Oh, yes, you were there. I was quite busy that evening.
Yes, I think you knew a friend of mine from back in my youth. A man named Oscar. He was there. He tragically died, however.
Name rings a bell.
That was such an interesting party. Oh, it had a bit of an explosive ending, though. But I'm glad to see
Yes, quite
everybody
tragic.
that I was glad to hear that you got out. Well, I would say safely, but the news says that you were kidnapped. I'm so sorry.
It was an ordeal, but everything is fine now.
And I'm so glad that you found your good friend Regina after such a terrible ordeal. Everyone's been talking about you, and I've been just so curious to meet you in person again, it seems, finally.
Yes, it has been some time.
My, what macabre topics. And I call her out for talking about something that is just like not polite for Wednesday brunch. Would you like me to show you to your seat? I put you as
I would prefer to meet our guest of honor.
Of course.
Introductions?
And Freda will start because Regina just looks like she's sat on a pincushion.
Regina simply says, by all means, but her French is in pieces.
Was all of this that just happened in German?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
just checking.
yes.
Just
For
checking.
sure. She'll say, and she'll switch to French and say, Nalini, this is Nicoletta Jäger. Nicoletta, this is Nalini.
Oh, it is very nice to meet you. Making a very deliberate point after seeing the kisses to put her hands up as the universal.
Don't touch me.
Don't touch me.
Do not get into my bubble. And she makes a bow, and she goes, "Your Highness, it is a pleasure to meet you. Everyone is speaking about your beauty, your grace, and your presence in our fair city." She says of Paris, which is not her city.
Oh, I'm sure it is all greatly exaggerated, but I am pleased that you have arrived today.
Oh, they have not done an adequate job of introducing me. My name is Nicoletta Jäger, and I am the wife of the head of the SS here in Paris. And I myself have a bit of an artist. I play the cello, I did. And I know anything and everything about Paris. How long are you going to be here?
Oh, I'm not quite sure yet. I still have to spend some time with my brother, as
yes.
he is the primary purpose of my visit.
Oh, your brother's quite handsome. Everyone speaks of him as well. I don't know if you know this, but rumor has it that he cut Regina's hair.
Did he now?
Yes, that is what everyone around town is saying. He's quite handsome, your brother, and I find him to be very empathetic and kind.
Well, I'm
It's
very
true.
pleased to hear that. I hope those were his base qualities when I last saw him years ago, and I'm glad to hear that that has not changed, and he is still representing the family as well as he can.
Oh, yes. Speaking of, I must say, you have amongst you, you're in good hands. Regina and Frau Engel are. Frau Engel is quite famous in Germany, and Regina is a rare woman. But I will offer my humble services as someone who knows all the fashion houses of Paris, in and out. If you wish to go shopping, I would recommend myself as a volunteer to take you. I know Coco Chanel personally, and I would love to take you to her atelier.
Wow, that is an incredibly kind offer. I'm sure once I am settled here, I will have my brother reach out to you, as I'm not aware of how one does that here.
Oh, of course. Now, I'm very excited about this brunch, and I hope will we be seeing other people that we know? She says to Regina.
I imagine so.
Excellent. I am looking forward to it. Will we be having entertainment?
Oh, I will
My
be
darling, we
seeing
are
later.
the entertainment.
Hmm.
She laughs. She says, "Who needs entertainment when you have the most important women in Paris in one place?"
Indeed.
Why don't I show you to your seat?
Of course. Please, why don't you take me there? She says to Regina with a bit of a look, a bit of a playful look. And she puts out her hand for you to escort her to her seat.
And I will put my hand on Regina's like shoulder, like back, to be like, and just say, I'm going to show the lady around the rest of the area while you escort Miss Nicoletta
Yes.
to her seat, and
you.
just be like some moral support in case she needs help with something emotionally, like will, or I'm here for you. That's what
I think
Raven does.
yeah. And
I'm
Regina
helping
needs that
as
moral
best
support.
I can.
Please
Yeah.
make a roll.
Who?
Yes.
This is your role, my dearest Frida. That would be rapport.
A rapport.
Yes,
Certainly.
please.
I will do my best. Oh, it's fair.
Oh,
I
That's
feel
a-
worse. No, I'm just kidding.
no, that's a tie, unless you are trying to boost one of Regina's already existing aspects.
I would like to boost her hostess with the mostest.
Indeed, and so it is done. You get another free invoke on hostess with
Nice.
the mostest.
Yes. Okay.
Just try to
Um,
help
and
you out a little
Yeah.
emotionally.
And Regina appreciates
And
it.
then before we
She-
split.
Yeah, she takes a deep breath, and as Nicoletta goes to put the hand out, clearly wanting to like lock arms and be led, Regina goes, "Oh," and pulls a handkerchief and puts it on her hand. Yeah, do you have something on your hands?
Ooh, your manners have degraded since you've been married. It's quite embarrassing and unseemly, my dear.
Well, then it's a good thing that it's only your eyes that can see it. Come.
For now.
And I show her, and I have most definitely set her at the main table, but at the end.
Ooh, I see.
I feel like the princess is in the middle of the main table, and we'll sit on either side of her. That makes sense for our hostesses, but she's at the main table with all the most important French ladies of the city, but she's at the end.
Interesting. She sees her seat. She looks up at you. And she looks at her seat again, and she goes, "This is my seat."
Your name is on the card.
Hmm. I see.
Is there a problem?
I don't know, is there?
I don't know. Is there? As much as I'd love to continue this little tete-a-tete, I must greet the rest of our guests because, well, as you said, my manners need a little work, so better not disappoint anyone else.
I suppose, Regina, your other guests are not here, and your friend, Frida Engel, who I do remember now, is out of earshot. It's just you and I. You know, you've been especially unkind to me since I have arrived.
I'm so sorry you feel that way.
Yes. And I know this party's very important to you.
Yes?
I imagine you throwing such a party with your good friend Frida Engel, inviting such important people. No doubt your reasons for doing so are purely social.
As I have stated before, and I will state again, I have changed my ways since coming to Germany.
Yes.
I am dedicated to my position as the perfect wife.
Your role as the perfect wife.
Sure.
Yes, I know quite a lot about what you've been doing since you've come here to Paris, and I would hate, if anything, disrupted whatever plans you have here today.
Should I be concerned about something?
I don't know.
In fact, we've had new security arrive on site this morning, thanks to our dear, dear friend. Oh, who was it? Who was here?
General Stoopnagel.
Stoopnagel, that's right. General Stoopnagel himself, so you have nothing to worry about.
But, my dearest, do you have anything to worry about?
Let me think. Other than the run and my pantyhose? No.
Well, I hope it stays that way.
Yes, thank you for your well wishes.
Yes. You know, Regina, if I were feeling more welcome and more friendship from you, I could help make sure that nothing terrible happened at this party.
Are you threatening the state of this party?
No, I'm offering to help.
Oh, my dear. If I wanted your help, I would have come to you to plan it.
Ah, so, to be clear...
I want you to be a guest and enjoy yourself.
I see. You know, Regina, I have taken quite a lot of uncharacteristic remarks from you when I've only offered you confidence and friendship. I have kept your secrets and only spoken well of you to others around town when they asked about you.
Well, let's see. I don't know that I have said anything negative about you to anyone, for most of the time my conversation is around other topics. And you are welcome, as in fact one of our top-tier guests to today's brunch, so I'm not exactly sure what it is you are concerning yourself with.
I don't think this is an appropriate seat for someone who's as close to you as I am.
Well, as much as I appreciate that, the table settings were done in the fashion most necessary to appease our most honored guests.
Am I not one of your most honored guests?
Of course, you are in fact sitting at the table with all of our most honored guests.
Regina, You are about to walk away to greet other people who do not have the history you and I have. Who have not seen you naked in the way that I have.
No. My dear, dear Nicoletta, you forget. I also hold your secrets. Burned to film, if I remember correctly.
Yes, indeed.
So, if you would like to throw threats around, you're welcome to. But I have nothing but good cheer for you today.
You are a bit overconfident.
That may be so. But today my overconfidence is focused on this party.
Yes, isn't it?
And I hope you enjoy yourself. Can I get you anything?
You can get me many, many things, Regina.
Can I get you anything out of this party?
I will get what I need at this party, I think.
Wonderful. You're welcome to have a seat. I'll make sure they bring you over some champagne and some fresh tea.
Thank you. If you ever decide to be the Regina who was less cold,
Oh.
I will be here, but I won't be here for
Nicoletta,
long.
You forget, Nicoletta. I am the Regina I am because of you. Every piece of cold ice around my heart is because you left it there.
Oh, that's because you abandoned me.
Last time I checked, you were the one that didn't show up. Have a good afternoon. I'm sure I'll be back around with our most honored guest. I want to make sure they get a chance to meet you.
Good. I probably know quite a few of them already.
Well, then I guess my presence won't be necessary.
Probably talk to your friend Frida a bit.
I imagine.
Or your new friend, the princess.
I imagine as well.
Or some of my other friends.
I imagine they will be here. If they are, of course, of the cusp, as they say.
Yes.
But I imagine that you have friends in both high and low places.
I do. Yes. She looks at you and she looks around at the people at this party. She goes, that young man. And she points
Which
to
one?
Luke, who's carrying a box.
Yes.
He was at this last party, interestingly enough. The rest of them weren't. I always pay attention to handsome people.
Yes.
Yes. Read about him in the papers. Luke, isn't his name?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't you?
I wouldn't. I simply ask him, well, our great party planner. Reference, of course. What was his name? Adolf.
Adolf Stockmann.
Stockman. Yeah. He is assured that we would have a little extra to look at.
Ah. Do you know that I have been busy reading public records, newspapers, and some private records?
Yes.
And it's so funny. Do you know that young man used to work at a nightclub called Bricktops? It's in his employment records.
Okay.
I happen to know someone who used to work there.
Okay.
Yes. Someone who looks a lot like you.
I guess I just have one of those faces.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I'm so sad about those people who died from that club, that Sylvie, the Oscar, and that explosion at the party that I was at.
I imagine that all death, accompanied by war, is unfortunate.
Yes. So glad that I can't recall what she looked like at the moment. Well, let's hope I don't remember. Go and greet your
Imagine.
guests.
Yes, maybe this champagne will jog your memory.
Let's hope it doesn't, eh?
I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other with me, since it has nothing to do with me.
Yes.
And I will take that handkerchief. Oops. Oops. Drop it. Bend over. I know what Nicoletta wants. Regina knows what Nicoletta wants. Regina will bend over. Bend and snap it. Right? To really get her attention and make sure she knows what she wants and can't have. And then Regina douses the sweat from her neck before she goes to greet her guest.
At the outbuilding, Adolf Stockmann walks in with some very nice scotch and smiles. Gentlemen, we have some of the best scotch that one can get. And I think it is about time for us to maybe perhaps play some cards to kill some time.
That sounds lovely.
Deal me all in for just a moment. The boy is still with us, correct?
Yes, he is like, this is an uncomfortable situation, and he doesn't really quite understand 100% what is happening.
Hogar will make a show of it and look around. Is there a washroom in here? I mean, it's like a bunkhouse type setup, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's some type of washroom, right?
Yeah,
right.
It's not particularly great, but there's like a kind of like one in the back.
Okay, he'll say, please deal me in, give me at least 30 fingers of that. Oh, and
do you want and he sort of leans into you a little bit to say something to you that is a bit, what's the word, in confidence between the two of you, if that makes any sense. There is
low enough where Pretum couldn't hear. Like, is he deliberately trying to keep the prince?
The prince can hear.
Okay.
However, when he leans over and he speaks to you, he speaks in a Bavarian dialect that's that's thicker, which means if you're not very good at German, you will have a hard time picking up what's being said. And it's not like he's being, and it's one of those things where it doesn't necessarily seem like, oh, he's excluding you on purpose, but the dialect comes in, and you know how it is when dialect happens, right? And he says,
well, Pritam still doesn't have a full grasp on German itself, on regular conversational. It's just, he's still.
Is he trying to show a kinship territorially with Oscar here?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought.
And he just
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he just leans in and he goes, so, if you want, we can play some Schafkopf. Haven't played in a while. Feel like it's a little bit better than that sort of northern Prussian scat. So what do you say?
So, dealer's choice.
And he gives you a slight smile as one Bavarian to the other as you head off with the lad.
Yes.
What are we playing, gents? Some good old poker?
Oh, Your Highness, no. We're going to be playing a game called, I think you would call it, you'll translate it as Sheep's Head. It's a good farmer's game.
Unfortunately, I don't think I've been ever privy to such games, so if you could perhaps go a little easy on me and maybe perhaps show me the ropes, as you will. Of course.
One thing you should know when it comes to who has power in this game, it's one of these games where everyone plays a card and the high card wins, yes? Yes.
Is he talking about like war?
More like spades, right? One of these sorts of trick-taking games where everyone will throw out a card and like the high card will take the whole trick.
Right. Okay, so that is, okay, yeah.
And he says, but in this game was made by good Bavarian farmers, and so in this game, the king has the least power.
Of course.
Aces, then tens, then the over, then the under, and then the last would be the king.
Understood. Well, that should be fairly easy to get then.
There is something that's quite fun. By the way, we are going to be gambling. This is a gambling game. But
I'm afraid I didn't bring much cash on me.
oh, don't worry. I'm sure you're good for it. But also, this, I think, is somewhat fun. In this game, you don't know who your partner is from round to round until it comes out who your partner is. So, I might be your partner one round, and perhaps I would be Herr Leixner's partner a second round.
Indeed. Oh, that is quite interesting.
Yes. So, it's like there's someone with secret identities until it comes out.
I can't wait to play.
Me neither. So tell me, what are you doing here in Paris?
What am I?
Hmm?
Well, I was invited, as you must know. I was brought over for, well, to be honest, I'm quite not sure myself why I'm so important and sought after, but from what I gather, it's because of my little editorial that I had put out, talking about how India needs to get together with the Reich and bring them in as allies and hopefully use them to overthrow the tyrannical Britain.
I've read a bit of your work.
Oh, have you? Well, I'm honored. Hopefully it's not too bad. It's one of my more trashier pieces. I wish I had put more thought and effort.
Oh, no. I'd like to ask you a question.
Oh, by all means.
Why do you, someone who's a noble, an aristocrat, why do you speak so against nobility and aristocracy?
Well, ever before I'd become friends or been what is the word? Sympathetic to the Nazi cause, I myself had never been a fan of the royalty. I kind of grew up as kind of the black sheep, if I must say so. I didn't care for the parties, didn't care for the authority, didn't really have much authority actually, but all of the falsity of it, if you know what I mean. And so I was more exposed to the outer world, away from the parties, away from the politics. And I saw my fellow people. I saw how they were treated, how they lived. And it got to me. And I figured that rather than being a noble and not with much power, because I believe, and I assure you this, we are all but noble in name. And so I figured I could be of better service to my people, of better service to others if I had gone in a more personal route. And how I became a doctor.
Is this deceive or rapport?
I would say rapport.
Roll it.
It's not really necessarily trying to deceive. I mean, he's not as, well, it could be both. I'll let you do. Wait, let me double check. What do I have actually?
Are you lying about your feelings about the nobility, would be my question.
I'm lying more so about being exposed to the people of India. I mean, he knows, but he kind of just grew up in a kind of a cage, gilded cage, right? But after he was done, he kind of got shipped off to Oxford.
Yeah. So you didn't really get to spend a lot of time with the people in that way.
Yeah. So that part, it's more of honestly a selfish reason why he left. He didn't like it, so he left.
Yeah.
And only after he left did he start getting more exposed, more aware of the situation. Because he, just like anybody, once you go off to university, you get exposed to more ideas, more understanding. Connecting to other intellectuals.
Yeah. So are you reporting or deceiving him?
I'm gonna deceive. Oh, come on, baby. This week has not been good on Roll20, so we'll see. Hey! Aha! Look at that.
He beat you by 1.
That means nothing. Of course it does.
Would you like to spend a fate point?
I would. And in this case, I would say it is, I'll use my free aspect, which is disarmingly charming and endearing.
Fair.
Or no, because I'm using I'm going to use my high concept, which is trained Oxford doctor.
He assesses you.
And here, let me.
He thinks about what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
He nods. Like, okay. You know, like he sort of nods and he says, I gave your sister some good advice, I think. Who to look out for. I figured that if she was your sister and her politics are similar to yours, she might need some tips.
Well, I appreciate your kindness. I'm sure she would benefit much from it. I unfortunately have not had much chance in the recent years to converse with her, so her coming here was not sudden, but not a lot of preparation time, if you know what I mean. I didn't get a chance to really talk about the ways of the world, if you know.
Well, these rich women will probably take all the time, but it's beautiful grounds and estate. You can probably find your sister if you need to.
Oh, that would be lovely, actually. I'm sure she's fuming at me for suddenly bringing her to a party on the day she arrived, and not much else. Didn't really have a chance to converse, really.
You know, if you wanted to go into the party, I would probably wait after a hand or two of sheep's heads, and then everyone will be there. And I imagine that showing up would be probably a good time for you to find your sister after everything's been settled.
Oh, that would be smart. Yes, I'd do that. Thank you.
Oh, would you do me a favor when you go in? I will probably be spending some time with Herr Leixner and playing some cards when you go. But would you go and give my regards to Frau Leixner?
Oh, of course.
Thank you. I would appreciate it.
Well, after your kindness, it's the least I could do.
Yes, let me start dealing these cards. He says with like just that little smile, like yeah.
I got my in.
Yeah. That's not exactly what he's thinking, but that's cool. Oscar, you lead the young lad to this sort of back washroom, and the washroom itself is like it's got like one of those sort of like metal sinks, kind of like an industrial sink. And it's got a trough, right? I don't know if you've ever been to like Oktoberfest or some of these kinds of public bathrooms, men's rooms in Germany. They're just basically troughs to pee in. It's not. I
have had the pleasure. Yes.
If you've had the pleasure, then you know what I'm talking about. They're like, it's like. There it is. It's like a big trough, right? With, can set some water, and it's clearly made for like a bunch of people to come in and out very quickly, but it's not particularly nice. But it's not bad. It's got a little bit of privacy, but you can tell that it's a little messy. Like it's sort of kept sort of clean, but not that clean. It's Pooja knows the Oktoberfest bathrooms. Oh yeah, and they are not the best. And it's
the key is to not remember them and to ensure by the time you go to the bathroom you won't remember it.
Yes there's just some awkwardnesses there, and it's one of those things where it kind of gives the sense that these people are soldiers, but they don't have the most respect for this place, is the best way to sort of put it, right? That these are not their barracks. This is a nice place, and there's just like a slight disregard. It's not trashed, but this is not the kind of spick and span, well-kept sort of place. And it's not really made for a bunch of soldiers to be here anyway. And it's mostly, you can see like they're like bunks, like little, bunks here. And it's one of these places where there's probably far too many people here at any given time, and they probably don't have the most respect for this place. And so it's just a little a little smelly. You know what I mean? Like it's just a little shabby, is I think the best way to put it. And this young lad sort of walks in with you to this back sort of washroom. And you can tell he still has got his eyes red from crying, and he's still somewhat concerned about what's going on.
He would say, not deliberately loud, but if anybody were anywhere near the door or anything like that, they'd hear him say, "Come, son, let's get you cleaned up." And he will pull a bucket up and put it over the faucet of the sink and turn it on to get that nice little rat-a-tat-tat sound.
Yep.
And he is going to lean into the boy's ear and say, "Do you understand the words I'm saying?"
I have a question about Oscar's background.
Sure.
I want to know if Oscar speaks Yiddish.
Yes.
And I want to know why Oscar speaks Yiddish. Did he learn it before he became an undercover agent for the Gestapo, infiltrating places and murdering people, or while he was an undercover agent for the Gestapo?
I've been waiting a long time to tell you this, Trooper.
I'm ready.
He learned it from his grandmother.
Really? Would you like to tell me about that?
Sure. Yeah. She was Jewish. And while he was not practicing, hence his ability to kind of slip through the system, his father was not Jewish. His father was also not a kind man.
Yeah.
Did not allow the practice to continue from his maternal grandmother to his mom. It was something that Oscar was made aware of, and his affiliation and connection was something that his mother taught him kind of secretly. He knows, and I shouldn't say that he is in any way proficient, but he can understand. Mm-hmm. He can communicate, likely, substituting German words here and there whenever it kind of blends. He would absolutely be able to understand.
May I ask where your mother's family was from?
Oh, they would have been from Eastern area, probably Poland originally.
Poland, yeah, that makes sense. So when you say, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" and he sort of listens and he tries to sort of process, right? Try to figure out, work it through, and he sort of nods, and you can hear him again trying to respond back to. He says, "Yeah," and again, he's probably Eastern European, right? And you're thinking most likely if he's Eastern European and he doesn't, from the passport you had, not that far. He probably speaks Czech, Polish maybe, Yiddish most likely, as right. Well, maybe a little bit of Hebrew. And so you can tell he's struggling. It's one of those things where I had a good friend of mine who was a Czech linguist who got really, really drunk at a bar and was talking to another person in Czech, and they had the hardest time talking to each other all night. Turns out he was speaking Russian and she was speaking Czech. It was just the languages were close enough that they didn't realize they weren't speaking the same language. Also, they were drunk, right? And they sort of understood each other, but it's that thing where the languages are close enough that you sort of get it, but there are these things that like just pull it off a little bit. And he sort of nods and he's trying to respond, and you can just tell by a couple of little bits, right? That like, oh, that is Yiddish.
Then what he would do is in the brief moments that they have, he would do everything he can to focus the boy's attention, and he would tell him, using as much Yiddish as he can to kind of convey the core of what he wants to say. This is how I want you to act. And much like the director of old, or the way that he was given early direction in his first time on the boards, he would say, "You draw from what you know. You have been through a terrible ordeal, and you do not feel like you should speak. You just, if someone asks you a question, even if you understand it, you just stare blankly at them And if they press you or if they grab you, just slowly shake your head. And you just stare at them. And I will be there. And I will tell them that you have been through. And he knows he has. And he chances it and puts his hand on the boy's chest. You have been through something awful. And it is still here. And he puts his hand over the boy's heart. It will always be here. But if they ask you, what's your name? Why are you here? You just stare at them blankly. And from now on, your name is Siegfried. Do you understand?
How are you here?
It's a question for another time. But fate has put us together. The Lord has put us together. So Siegfried, if you are asked a question, I want you to just stare. And you are going to practice when we go into the other room. You are going to sit down. You are going to just stare. And I will tell them, I will be the narrator of your life. I will spin the story that is mostly true. But you are here and you came here to be in a movie. But even if you are asked, what do you do?
I just stare.
You just stare.
My brother and I, we were coming here to find a woman. A woman. We were told her name was Jacqueline, and she would help get us out of the country.
We will talk about this, Jacqueline, but... And he looks at him, and he sees the water kind of rising. Probably this is water that was used for, they probably fill up the shave or something like that if they need it. And so he would begin to do something like that. He would let me clean you up, and he would dip his handkerchief in there. This is cold. Wait, just let me heat it. And I'm sure they have one of those burners somewhere to kind of heat the water.
Yeah.
He would put it on there and start like heating it up, just making enough constant noise to make it sound like they're not doing anything.
Yeah.
You are going to stare when anyone asks you a question. But in your mind, you begin to spin a new story. As hard as it is, you did not come here with your brother. You were taken on that train by a man. Your papers were taken from you. He said that he needed you to get out of the country, to get out of France. You are here not for Jacqueline. You are here to be in a movie. As crazy as this sounds, this is your new story. And I will help you tell it.
Thank you.
Mm.
They killed my brother.
Yes, they did.
I don't understand why all of this is happening.
There are those that prefer evil over the good. It is easier.
But we didn't do anything.
No, you did not. Your name is Siegfried.
My name is Siegfried.
And you will just stare. And he looks around to make sure nobody's coming in or the door's opening. And he is going to embrace the boy.
And the boy,
like,
wraps his arms, but he is so underfed, this boy, right? He's so skinny, and he just sort of wraps his arms around you, and you can hear him crying as he sort of buries his head in, like, because you've got a big coat, right? And he just sort of buries his head inside your clothes, as if he wants to sort of burrow inside where it would be safe.
He would whisper into his ear, "They took your brother from you, so I will take his place." And then he pulls him away and he leans in one last time. "Everything I say in front of anyone, and from this point forward, is all part of your story. The false one.
Siegfried.
No matter what I say, Siegfried," and you stare. And he pulls away and says, "Come now, boy, pull yourself together." And he takes the handkerchief. It's warm enough. It's warm enough. And he takes his handkerchief and he begins to kind of like scrub his eyes. Yeah. Clean yourself up.
And he does, and he's still very shaken by all that's happened. I mean, he's doing what he's told and he's paying attention, but the act that you want him to do is not 100% an act. Like he's keeping it together because he's afraid, right? That he feels like he doesn't have the space to let himself be in shock. But shock is sitting on his shoulder, lurking and waiting to take him. And he's keeping himself present as much as he can, but that the look of someone who does not have the privilege of being able to fall apart and so just cannot, but is that close to it at any moment. And your presence is the comfort that makes it that much harder to keep it together, if that makes any sense. But it's the kind of the hope of kindness that can be overwhelming, right? If you're not used to that and then you get it in a terrible moment, that it can be almost too much. And you see him concentrating on his name, keeping it together, but also it seems like, can you even believe that all this is real? That kind of sort of thing, as you can see him concentrating on the direction that he's been giving young Lael, as he sort of...
Do we see them at this point? Have they entered the room?
Those two went into the back room. There's like a back washroom,
right?
And you're in the main part. And I think that you've cleaned him up before you take him back out.
Right. And what I would say is, I would lean in one last time. "As soon as we get in here, just sit in the corner. And we will do what?"
"Stare. Quiet."
As soon as they would get back into Pritam and Adolf's sight, he would point to sit there.
I look at him and I go, "My God, mate, I know you've worked your artists to the bone, but this is ridiculous. Look at her. You need some nourishment. Could we have something to perhaps eat? I'm also feeling a little famished, Could we get something for us? Perhaps something from the party. I'm sure they have some good nosh over there."
And Adolf goes, yeah, it's a good idea. Your Highness, why don't you take the young lad to go get some food in the party and...
He would step forward and not by any means interrupt him from saying this. This is his place. He wants him to feel as if he is not in any way encroaching on his... And he would... The same accent that was used before to propose the card game, he would... That's their little language now.
Yeah.
That's their... And he would bring him in and he's not dismissing Pritam, but he doesn't address him, his concerns for the boy. And he goes directly over to the captain and says, "Have you ever seen them in the wars that they stop talking? They just look. This boy over here, he was kidnapped on the train, coming here to work in my movie. He has that stare, it's the same one."
He puts his hand on your forearm comfortingly. And he says, I'm sorry that this happened to you. That there's something that you were making led to someone being injured.
Oscar's actually going to look at this guy with genuine, like, I'm shocked at the empathy, but at the same time, sort of, and he's going to put his hand like over his forearm, almost like they're stacking, and just say, "There's one good thing about today, is that it led me here." And he picks up the glass that I'm assuming has been poured for him, and he holds it up to him.
I'm gonna make a rapport roll.
Sure.
I'm gonna just make that roll. I wrote down what his rapport was. It is good. That's an 8 legendary.
Dear Jesus, a +6?
This is what he does. This is his job.
Okay.
What is his job? What does he do?
His job is to rapport people.
Rapport.
He's the party planner.
Hospitality.
He's hospitality. I'm gonna need you to roll a
He's
will.
the honest party planner. Freda is the deceitful party planner. That's the only difference.
Regina's not a party planner.
I'd like to make a will defense. As
A will defense.
yes,
Okay.
please. As he's beating you by 5. Would you like to do anything about that?
Now, is this a discover action or just like a social attack?
It is not
Yeah,
a discover action. It is a social attack.
Okay, that's because that's good to know.
This is a social attack, and I will tell you how that plays out once you decide what you want to do about that.
Okay. Shoot. How many? I'd have to spend like 3 just to get there. So, I'm gonna try to contain this to just myself, and I'm going to attempt to re-roll this.
Okay.
No.
Using which aspect?
The show must go on.
Hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that's by beating you by 4, which would be 4 stress you'd have to take.
Is there any chance I can help?
You don't quite see what he's doing right now.
What is the
Stress.
what is the if I take the stress, then he doesn't get anything more from me, right?
That is
That's
correct.
just the round, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Like he doesn't learn anything.
Nope.
He doesn't.
Mm-mm.
This is just a.
He's not going for information. He's going for long-term consequences.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that's you just take 4 stress.
I will spend my last fate point to bring that up to a 2, and I will take 2 mental stress.
What is the aspect?
The aspect that I'm going to use at this point is the fatherland buys, not the child of me, because he thinks that this boy's in trouble.
Okay.
Against him.
I am going to spend one of my fate points, however, to make it a 4 again.
What?
And I'm going to invoke. Wait. I'm gonna give you a choice. I'm going to give you a choice, dearest Greg. I will either. You can decide if I spend that extra fate point to bring that up. If I don't, you only take the 2 stress. If I do, you will take the 4 stress, unless you spend another fate point, and you will know what aspect he is invoking in order to do this.
And I keep my fate point?
Well, you've spent yours right now, right? Because right now you're at 2 up. It's whether or not I spend my fate point. So I can spend my fate point or not. If I don't, you only lose 2. If I do, you lose 4, but you know what aspect he's invoking to do this.
I mean, I'd love to know his aspect, but I'm not taking the double hit. I mean, I'm not losing 2 fate points and
well,
getting
you're only losing 1. Because you only spent 1 fate point. The question is
I
whether
re-rolled.
Because you re-rolled and then added.
Oh
the
yes,
+2.
you did. Yeah. So you're
So you spent
losing.
2.
So you're losing 2 at the moment. The question is, do you want me to lose 1?
I will refreshen the deal. Here's my counter offer, since this is fate.
Mm.
My counter offer to you, GM, is that for my second fate point, I will, if you allow me to get that fate point back, I will take the 4 stress.
Oh well, no, because it's whether or not I spend a fate point. Because right now, if you spend it, we can just like where I can basically. Do you want? I would like to know if you want me to spend a fate point on him or not. If I don't, you take 2 stress.
No,
If
I
do,
can't. Yeah, I can't. So I would love you to, but I can't. I have to tell you not to do it.
Then I won't spend his fate point. I'll just keep that fate point to torture you all with later.
Sure.
And take 2 stress. As he does not spend that extra fate. I do not spend that extra fate point on him, but he
wait, I was supposed to. We don't have any stress boxes, do we? Filled up so far this season?
You don't know.
Okay, so I was going to say I should have. Okay,
you're all open. So he looks at you quite empathetically, right? Like this, you get a sense of real sincerity of his.
If that's the case, I'll take the 4 stress, because I looked up and saw a bunch of filled in boxes and I thought that's a bad news. That's a bad scene.
You don't have any.
I'll take the 4 stress.
You'll take the 4 stress?
I want to know that aspect now that I have a little bit more to play with.
Okay, I will spend one of my fate points, leaving me with only 2, and I will let you know what aspect he's invoking to get that extra 2. His man's man trouble aspect, which is about his attractions, as it were, and not about his machismo. And
how did I know?
You did know. And
he's doing a flirt.
Oscar gets a ping.
He is doing a flirt, and as he just squeezes your hand, your forearm, just a little bit more, as he has angled himself so that Pritam cannot see his face, as he has being just a little comforting in this moment. If you are Pritam or Siegfried or anybody else who might walk in, it would not look particularly untoward from that angle. And his face does not betray anything, but his hand on your forearm and the way he gives you just an extra squeeze lets you know what you need to know.
Awesome, my friend. And I don't want to take up any more time, but I do want to do this. I want to now initiate my attack and
Please.
Return the squeeze.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah. I have to ask you a question.
Sure.
Donal in chat was like, that's why he made the comment about secret lives. Yes, indeed. That is exactly what he made. He was fishing to find out whether or not you might be interested. And I need to know, is this, what skill, normally if you are being, normally this is rapport.
Oh yeah, but if there was a rapport, if the feelings were genuine,
that correct? Is correct. Yes. Well,
right.
if you want people to feel that way, normally that is the case. Yes. Right.
See, his dance space is party planner and social event coordinator.
It is true.
Oscar's old dance space was, I want you to feel super good when you're in this club, and that means I get to flirt my ass off with you.
That is correct.
So that is what Oscar's going to do right here. So this is a perform.
It is indeed.
Whatever you want to. Okay.
It is indeed, because you are you're a bit of a. That's fantastic. Ooh, that was a terrible roll.
The turns of table.
That is a terrible roll.
Beautiful roll.
I have an average of 1 versus your fantastic of 6.
Your crit failed. Sorry.
He has a stunt that does not help in this situation, because you're not. Yeah.
So here's my wait. Before you do anything, here's what I'm going to say to you. Would you like a fate point?
Would I like a fate point?
Yeah, or I should say, would you like to give me a fate point?
Oh,
as I am
different.
going to self
compel.
Self-compel.
What is your proposition for your self-compel, and what is your aspect?
I am going to give myself. You can have Adolf can have an aspect on Oscar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the aspect would be interest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is a good self-compel.
Yeah.
That's a good self-compel. Consequence? Interested? Yes.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, we still have to resolve this, of course, right?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Like a fate point back though.
I accept. I will give you that fate point. So you have one now, is that correct?
I have one now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you get a fate point for that self-compel as you are interested in our party planner. And I am going to not spend, I only have 2 fate points. I'm not going to spend it. That's 5. I will take 3 stress and take a consequence.
Ooh. Do I get to see what the consequence is?
Smitten.
I was going to say infatuated.
Absolutely. We're on the same page. Mm-hmm. And as you squeeze his hand back, he just gives you a slightly longer look. And he just says, Your Highness, yes. I'm sure there's enough food in the party for you. Why don't you take the young lad and get some food for the young man? And we'll just draw these cards.
He looks at Oscar and he goes, would you mind?
No, not at all. The only thing I could get from him, his name was Siegfried. He's just been staring. He comes up to Pritam. Yeah, he comes over to Pritam and just says, the boy's been through so much. Seeing his kidnapper shot and being in the
Pritam just smiles and continues to nod. Oh, yes, of course. I'm sure the day's been quite long for the lad. All those lights, cameras, actions. I don't know what you do, whatever. He kind of goes, come, lad, let's go. And he kind of holds out his hand to Siegfried.
And Siegfried sort of looks to Oscar.
Oscar will nod.
And he gets up and he walks over to this man. How tall is Pritam?
He's quite short, actually. I think he was 5'4", 5'5". I think was what I thought of. Well, that's average. That's not short.
Yeah, that is average. And
tall for Indian.
Yeah, also 1940s.
Yeah, we were short people in that generation.
I'm 5'7.5". I'll take it.
We're tall. I'm a giant at 5'4" in my part of India, straight up.
Oh, yeah.
And he will come with you, sort of watching as conveniently all of the soldiers are on guard right now because they have to have extra security, and that just leaves Adolf and Oscar alone in the carriage house. Weird that just worked out that way, says Adolf to himself in his mind. Now, Frida, you have pulled our Nalini away.
Mm-hmm. I feel so bad for Nalini because Frida is nothing if not a planner. And so I imagine she knew exactly what time Nalini's train came in, and therefore knew that they only had a car ride of time together before arriving here. Yeah. And knowing Pritam the way that she knows him, knows he probably didn't say diddly squat on this car ride, even though they could have just talked in Hindi the whole time.
No chance.
There was no chance, she says to herself, probably is what he would have said. And so we'll take Nalini away while Regina is distracting Nicoletta and the other guests haven't arrived yet. Because Frida's nothing but a subtle social manipulator.
By the way, guests are arriving, but they're over there. You're over here. People
they're over there. Yeah. Yes, I'm finishing taking the princess around, of course. I'm sure Regina can handle the guests for the moment. And she will have Nalini in a polite, hand on the arm, just guiding her about, showing her the things, and in Hindi the whole time, just to be accommodating.
You know Hindi?
We've been teaching each other.
Oh, right. Okay.
I've been teaching you
thought
German.
You were just teaching me.
Because you couldn't speak German when you got here. Now you can
I didn't know I
understand
was
most
teaching you
German.
Hindi as well. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
No, we were
Perfect.
swapping. We were doing a
Okay.
swap.
Perfect. Okay.
Because
Cool.
I'm a cunning linguist.
Aha.
So and again, her Hindi's not amazing. She's not fluent by any means, but she's not bad.
Mhm.
And we'll just be like showing you the last few things, and in between, like, oh yes, and this is, you know, the path to the laboratory or whatever, the bathrooms. Be like, I imagine you haven't had much time to speak with your brother yet. I am terribly sorry about this. If you need anything at all, please let me know. And if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer.
Thank you. I have many questions, but are you sure
imagine
it
you
is
do.
safe to ask them?
And I'll look at the guests across the other side of like the thing. At the moment.
Okay, because I tried to speak to my brother in Hindi earlier, and he had said, "We'll talk later," which made me
And
think
she
that
looks
even
genuinely
Hindi may not be
exasperated
safe.
for a second. It says, "The brother is paranoid in strange ways and oddly non-concerned in other ways he should be very concerned about." He's learning. He's very young.
Well, I don't know if it helps, but I'm younger. But I suppose.
You seem to have a head on your shoulders at the very least.
Oh, thank you. I guess not all of us have the advantages in life my brother has had, which forces some of us to grow up sooner.
I would agree.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking
Sorry,
at KP's face.
We're gonna be BFFs. I can't help this.
Well, if I had to choose from questions to ask us, it's difficult to know where to start, but perhaps what is going on today?
He told you nothing, hasn't he? Just
I could literally nothing.
literally nothing. All right. I trust you to you do politics. You can keep up appearances. Your brother is not as sympathetic, perhaps some might say, to the Nazi cause as he seems.
Well,
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have before you say that, let's just
Yeah.
pause. You know, it's not protocol to say such
No,
things.
it's not. It's not. It's really not.
It would go against your training.
It would. Like Freda gives two shits.
I just want to know how much Freda cares about that sort of a thing.
Not a lot. She did the training to get her name on a list to say that she was a spy, to not be tried for mega war crimes later, because she saw what happened at the end of World War One.
Yeah.
But protocol.
Okay.
And she assumes, based on the conversations we had, this is all stuff Pritam's going to tell her later. So, and she's not saying anything explicitly. She's just hinting. This is polite. And
I'm asking for a reason.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
I'm just asking because I want to know whether or not, and this is a question, this is not an offer, it's a question.
Wonderful.
Would it be a legit compel for you not to tell her? And therefore she might continue to believe that her brother is a little bit of a Nazi.
I don't know if it would, because it's one of those things
it's about her personality. Like I know that you're SOE trained, but I want to know where what that is with her. Is that if that is, because if it is a legit compel, I'll offer it. If it's not, I'll retract it.
It's paperwork.
Fair enough.
To her, it's a paper trail.
Then continue on.
Yeah, for her, it's a paper trail. She knows all about those, because of her husband and his work. So for her, it's a paper trail. That's mostly what it is. So she will continue on. He's not as sympathetic as it might seem from the outside, and that is quite intentional. It's important for, I'm sure you would agree, that it's important for people to be able to access certain informations in certain people to relay certain things.
Well, for starters, it is a genuine relief that things are not what they may seem, because quite frankly, things seem awful. And
I'm sorry for that.
It wasn't your doing. I thought so much had changed over the last 7 years. It's, hard to tell what was
Which made
real
it a
and
good
what was not.
opportunity, some might say, for him. But we are here, Frau Leichsner and I are here to host a party to see who else might have certain sympathies.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you arrived and got roped into all of this, and for that, I genuinely apologize. I wish you could have spoken with your brother beforehand.
Yeah.
The most I can ask of you is to please just not give any definitives to our wonderful guests, to make it seem as if you are one way or another, or if you have to pick, lean towards their side, but...
Well, I'll tell you one thing of people like myself. We know how to put on a face to survive.
And she will put like that arm on you and be like, I had hoped you would. Like, oh, thank God. Your brother is not amazing at putting on faces sometimes. He worries me.
The memory I have of my brother from all those years ago, we didn't have those expectations on us, and by the time I was trained in such things, he was long gone, acquiring an education elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose
But
he missed out on the best things.
Well, I assume also being one of the only daughter of the family, that
Yes.
You had certain expectations put upon you to keep certain appearances that he would not know as a man.
Yes, quite. I see society is not all that different for women out here.
It unfortunately is not. Hopefully things will change eventually, but that will require lots of hard work. Until then, we shall take advantage of the menfolk's obliviousness to our true natures and use it to our advantage. And she'll pull like 2 glasses off of the thing, hand one to you, like, cheers.
And as you are on the patio, you can see the prince, your brother, and the lad from the train station sort of coming from these outbuildings towards the manor house.
Before we go speak with him, I have to know. This betrothed of his?
Oh. And I think she just takes a sip of that glass of champagne or wine and just goes, well, I haven't personally officially met her. I worry about him, but I think it is mostly front.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask
But I would definitely speak to him about it. Really drill whatever point you have home about that specifically. He's very sensitive. A very sensitive soul, empathetic.
Oh, he was the sweetest brother growing up, and I
that is
would hate
what
for
worries me about him.
I would hate for anyone to take advantage of that.
Exactly. So maybe just interrogate him about that especially.
Yes.
I have not had the opportunity to. I did not feel it was exactly my place.
How would you feel about my interrogating her as the future intended sister-in-law?
I think you should interrogate them both.
It is my right in our culture.
But she is, I will let you know, as far as I know, because I've seen publications and things, she is 100% on board with the Free India agenda.
Well, in what manner?
I cannot say exactly, since I have not spoken with her myself, but she is not, she does not, well, she seems very interested in freedom, and also very interested in less royalty.
Yes. Free India, the agenda to free India is not the problem, it's the means one is willing to use to get there.
I would agree. You might want to speak with her about her opinions. I cannot, being not from India, I cannot do that for you or let you know exactly what she thinks, but I would interrogate them both.
I will. I just wanted to check beforehand.
Let me know if you need any help.
She wasn't a known heinous Nazi, before I had that conversation.
She's a Nazi sympathizer at the very least.
Okay, good to know.
At the very least, I don't know how far it goes. She definitely has the hots for your brother.
Of course, trust him to attract a sympathizer. Shall we go speak with him?
I think that would be good, and then I will just give me the signal, and I will go attend to the guests that are arriving. But I will walk you over there, and I will walk her over to speak with her brother. And we're still friends, KP. We just, I just gotta get your sister on the same page since you failed to do so. Freda is making up for your shortcomings. It's okay.
They are at the buffet table. I believe I can imagine like there's this really wonderful patio and there's this beautiful table full of food, I imagine, right there on the outside of the patio. So you can be on the inside, right? There's like food on the inside, also food on the outside. And the young boy is there at this table, right? That's got croissant, it's got like strawberries, it's got it probably also has some chocolate, cheese, a lot of different cheeses, breads, little bits of meat. Like it's this for 1942, it's exceedingly decadent. Do you know what I mean? Like it is just a lot of food. And some of the food is hard to get. And this young boy, when you approach this table, Nalini and Frida, there's a young boy there, and Frida, you've never seen him before. He's thin.
I look from the boy to Pritam and back to the boy, back to Pritam.
And he's wearing clothes that are a little bit too big for him. And he is inhaling the food at this buffet table as if he has not seen food before, right? I mean, he is just like...
Yeah. I think what Freda will do, bringing her sister, his sister over and saying, Pritam, your sister.
In the meantime, while they're coming...
And being like
Pritam
right next to the lad, to be like,
Yeah.
let me help you fix a plate so you can go, but also just helping him fix a giant plate and being in earshot of everything and conversational distance. That's where she puts herself.
Pritam kind of watches the kid kind of be pulled away a little, and then kind of almost, not quite, but like you see him like eye Nalini and then avoid eye contact for a second.
Brother, come, we have much to discuss. And she loops her hand around his elbow and just starts steering him in the exact direction they came from, because figuring that if it was fine to talk to Frida, it's probably still fine to talk to Frida.
Basically
Actually,
be away from
Pritam-
the other guests. Yeah.
Pritam actually will take, if you like, he starts steering you more towards the maze. There's the hedge maze.
The murder maze.
The murder maze. Right.
Look, a serial killer kills one person in a maze one time.
And it gets forever branded. You're right.
And kind of just follows them, and kind of on the way, kind of just double checking, like subtly double checking no one's following them, no one's really noticing them.
And Melanie will do the same.
Yeah. And then kind of walks her into this maze. A little ways in until they find kind of like I imagine a lot of these mazes have like little
benches and gazebos. Absolutely.
Yeah, like little gazebo area.
This is meant for you to go walk and stroll and then sit and have a little, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So kind of, I would imagine like a little fountain that's going on.
Yeah, there's a really nice gazebo in the center of the maze. I don't believe the dead body was there, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Is it the one that Preetham also found?
Yes. Yes.
Well, you didn't
almost.
see
He
it.
didn't see it. He didn't see it. 'cause
No,
he got
you let me
distracted.
find that all by myself.
Mhm, mhm.
And so he kind of just
So
sits down
giving,
and
my brother.
and then he kind of just like brings her there and then goes, so long time.
Yes. Is the boy okay?
I would imagine so. Seems he was a recent addition. Poor guy has had a quite a day, I would imagine.
I would say.
Yeah, but well, here you are.
Yes, here I am, with absolutely no preparation or heads up of what den of snakes you were throwing me directly into.
You think I wanted you here? I didn't want you here. You were not
Oh,
supposed
well,
to come here. You
thanks.
were not. No, you don't. That is not. You know that's not what I meant. Why did Mahar Pitaji send you?
Would it have been better for them to come?
Yes.
How so?
If nothing, because you wouldn't be in danger. Because at least they have some level of diplomatic immunity. Because the entire point was to bring them here, not you.
They have enough to do with everything that's going on in India, which I'm sure you know all about out here, with the posters and the popularity and the talk show and what all you're doing.
You're muted.
Sorry, my wife was trying to call me, but anyways, I can't really tell you exactly what I'm doing here.
I have some ideas now, but no thanks to you. Here I was thinking my brother had lost his damn mind and was working with the Nazis, who, by the way, killed a man in front of me and then bowed to me. What have you gotten yourself into?
Can you? And I'm assuming we're speaking in Hindi.
Oh, absolutely. This is like full on, like
Yeah.
swallowing syllables Hindi. Like,
it's better if you didn't actually know. Honestly, I don't know what I've gotten myself into as well. None of this was expected. None of this was planned. None of this was actually part of the path that I was hoping to go on. But here I am. What do you actually know? What did she tell you?
well, she told me that all was not as it seems, and you were not perhaps quite as sympathetic as all of the posters would portray. And while I am glad to hear that, I'm also honestly surprised, because the Preetham I knew could care less about politics. What happened?
Well, I don't know what you mean. It's not that I want to, of course. I'm a doctor. I went to become a doctor. I'm still called a doctor around here. But for the sake of keeping up appearances, I had to take up certain things I didn't like. To be honest, the less you know, the better it is for you.
I would disagree, because if I don't know what is happening, I cannot protect myself against it. Preetham, I am not the child you left behind. I have also grown up in the time that you have left. I have also learned things. I have learned how to protect myself and how to read people in order to best do so.
I'm not doubting your capabilities. I always knew how smart you were and how capable you are. It's not that. I want to protect you, and I don't want any harm to come to you.
And of course, I don't want you harmed either, but trust me, the best way to protect me is to tell me what is going on. how am I to know what not to say or whom not to say it to? I mean, granted, I will treat everybody as though I cannot say anything to them, but if I don't know who out there is potential allies, that's only going to be a hindrance.
How about this? Outside of myself, Regina, Oscar, and Frida, no one is on our side.
Who's Oscar?
You will meet him. He was the other person, the one that was at the train station, the one who took in the child.
The Nazi officer?
Yes.
I thought he had a different name.
Well, that's the point. I don't even know where to start. Or how much I'm allowed to tell you. I'm not what you think I am. And I'm not what you hope I am.
What are you? What do you want? What is this all for?
Honestly, I don't know anymore, but at least I hope that I'm in the right. Nalini, these people, they're monsters. They go around and bring others in like cattle. They take them away from their homes. They put them into torture chambers and do unspeakable things. And
I don't have an issue with that. I do read. I am aware of what goes on in the world, at least a little bit, what I do have access to. It's not fighting them or resisting them or whatever it is that's going on that I have an issue with. But what I want to know is, what is it? Righteousness that drives you? Are you trying to do what's best for the poor people suffering here, or does this even have anything to do with what's happening at home?
my goal is to get this war to end as soon as possible. And to do that, I've had to take up certain lies. This entire spokesperson, this newscaster, that article.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think that's me?
Well, I don't know. That's why I wanted to ask.
And he kind of just looks around again and kind of waits to hear, like, if there's any sort of ruckus around, any sort of movement in the space.
Which Frey is at the entrance, at least on the party side, to make sure no one goes into the hedge maze. While also loading up this boy's plate. Like she's very pregnant right now, so she looks like a wonderful motherly figure. While also keeping tabs. So you should be good.
All I can tell you now, at least until I can get more confirmation, if I can divulge more, is I'm doing my best for the people here and to end this war so no unnecessary suffering needs to happen. No more, anyways.
And what about after the war ends? You've made yourself out to be this champion of our country, of India's freedom. Is that a post you plan on taking up when you get back, or will there be any getting back?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't. Each day brings a new challenge. Each day brings a new wrinkle in all of this, and I'm just going along as the best I can. I came here thinking I was going to be I left home thinking I was going to be a doctor. That's all I ever wanted. That's all I really still want. But when you are exposed to what I've seen, when you talked to certain people and gained certain ideas, it changes your perspective. How I'm going to act on it, whether I am, that's not something I can say. As of right now, it's all part of the ploy.
Okay, well, all I will say is this. Atrocities are being committed not just here, but also at home. And there is a fight to be fought in many places. So just don't forget that. I'm not saying that you should come home now, but I'm saying that should you choose to return, I'm sure there is a place in that fight for you.
Right. We're out of the fire into the pot. Or was
Well,
that the wrong way?
Apparently now you're someone who fights on the side of good and freedom. So, do it at home too once you're done here. But I don't know how much time we have, so I have to get to the important questions also. You're engaged?
But and Preetham kind of just stares at her because he honestly completely forgot that portion of it. And he goes, engaged. Oh, no, God, no. No.
So when this Lakshmi person arrives here, I should not talk to her as though she is your intended.
No, we're friends. I mean, she's very pretty and she's quite nice, but I don't think we haven't gotten further than just friendship.
Out of character, was she not mentioned in the letter you sent home?
She was mentioned in the letter in a
Was
way
she?
that
I thought it was.
Oh no! You deliberately mentioned her in a way that was ambiguous.
I made a great friend. Blah
Oh yeah,
blah blah.
that was made. I clearly stated, great friend.
Yes, but you also dropped the name of a woman who was a very good friend of yours in a way to imply that you might have a serious relationship in order to provoke your
everybody's conspiring against
parents to arrive.
This is 1942. Like, this is the case in the 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Men do not get to be friends with women in India. So if you've been dropping names of the opposite sex, it is you're introducing her to your parents.
Now he's away from it all.
He also put that name in the letter on purpose so that you would think that. Just noting it.
Yeah, true. And he goes, no. She's genuinely someone I've been. I mean, when you're amongst all these gorilla, it's tough to connect. So she's been one of the first ones that I got a chance to really bond with. Reminds me of home.
What about her problematic political leanings? Which I have been told she does not sympathize the same way as I do, and I believe you do.
I truly believe that she is on the right heart on the wrong path. She believes getting to your destination by any means necessary, and if that means gaining certain allies, whether they are bad or good, those are allies. Friend of a friend, I suppose, or a friend of my, or enemy of my enemy.
Oh, well, I'll admit I do not understand that. What's the point of calling out the atrocities committed by one to join forces with those committing atrocities upon others?
I agree, and I'm trying my level best to convince them. Do you know a certain Chandra Bose?
I have heard of him, yes.
I met him, and
he's quite militant, is he not?
Yes, very. And if he were to have his way, he would rather have the Nazis run through our country than the British. And I tried to convince him that that's taking one enemy and putting in the devil. But he wouldn't listen.
You'd think he'd be tired of getting invaded by outsiders by now.
They're deluded. They think that these are friends, that they are here to just assist. And of course they wouldn't come in and ransack our country just like anybody else has done for centuries. No, they believe, they'll just swoop in, kick out all of the British people and then just be on their merry way.
Oh, sure, because that's exactly how any invading army ever has behaved. No, I sorry, not. I'm not criticizing you. I'm criticizing that way of thinking. But about Lakshmi, how do you want me to behave around her? Does she think she is about to marry into the family? Do I have to pretend she's going to be my Barbie?
No. It's the entire reason I sent that letter. Do you think I'm sick? Do I look infirm to you?
I mean, in the head, perhaps. I'm joking.
You're funny.
I am.
No, it was all a ruse to get Mar Pitaji here, or at least Bhaiya here. One of them, not you. Specifically, I did not want you here.
They are out there trying to cover for you. And the nuisance you have seemed to make made yourself back home. They suddenly have to explain why their completely uninterested, bookish son with a sweet heart is suddenly a celebrity on the other side of the world.
Blame them. And he points to like out the map, implying like all of his crew and everybody, and like basically the SOE folks. I didn't intend for this. This is not how I wanted any of this, but I needed a ruse to get here. I needed an alibi or a sort of a new moniker.
I will just note that some of your brother's speeches in Hindi on the radio decrying the British Raj have made it to India. It's a lot of anti-British stuff, which doesn't really look good at this moment.
You understand the position you're putting them in, right? You are decrying the very rule that they are subjected to at this moment.
By their direction, okay?
I know, but just think a little bit for putting your family in danger.
I never put our family in danger. There was never a moment that I mentioned them by name. I've never talked about our kingdom. I've never talked about our rule.
But you've spoken under your own name. The British are not stupid. They wouldn't have been able to do everything they have around the world if they were that.
What do you... All right, then. What would you have me do?
I don't know. I don't have answers for you. I'm just here to tell you what is happening at home due to your actions. What you do from here is up to you, but I want to make sure you have all the information, because I do believe you need information to make informed choices.
Everybody seems to think that I'm just some sort of an innocent little boy going around and doing whatever he wants. Everything that has happened to me here, every bit of thing I've had to do, has been clearly instructed for me to do. These are all things that I've been told that was part of my job to get here.
You're a doctor. What job? You are the master of your own choices. You have the ability to do that. The rest of us don't. So you need to accept responsibility for what you are doing instead of acting as though everything is happening to you.
Pritam just stares at her and she goes, well, I'll do my best. But know that I don't really have a lot of wiggle room.
Then question whether this is the right place for you at all, if you don't have a say in what you do. Don't squander the freedom that you have.
You think I'm free?
Well, if you're not, go be free, if that's what you want. You can't stay here and then act as though you don't want to stay here. You have choices, don't you? Or have you sold your soul or something I don't know of and are now, entangled for the ages like in one of our stories?
And you see Preetham kind of just stare at his hands and just. I don't really know how else I could go forward, but I will do my best.
Good. All right. I suppose I'll temporarily let you off the hook so we can play pretend in front of a party. By the way, I will never forgive you for all those parties you made me have to go through alone because you were out there gallivanting and getting educated and all of that. Do you know how boring those things are?
Oh, of course, there's a reason I left.
Yes, and now you're bringing me to another one, so thank you for that.
For the record, and Nalini would definitely know this. It's currently April 42, and March of 42 was the Cripps mission, because the Viceroy of India, who was appointed by the British, declared that India would go to war against the Axis for the British, and the Indian nobility and also leaders were not consulted and did not want to go to war and were very pissed about being brought to war, including like basically all the people being drafted to go and fight, and they were not even asked. And Cripps came to India just last month in our game time to try to work this out. And there was a lot going back and forth where like Gandhi did not want to fight. A bunch of people did not want to fight. Churchill wanted them to fight. Cripps was like, can we come to some kind of agreement, some kind of middle way? And Cripps was trying to find something like and India wanted more autonomy. Churchill was like, you need to do what I want to say. Cripps was like, have a middle way. And basically the talks fell apart. They fell apart completely just like a couple of weeks ago in game time.
Okay.
And that was a lot of that was about there are increasingly large frustrations with British rule, and a number of people said this is now the time to start launching revolts. So now there's a whole bunch of discussion about revolts happening, which is freaking a bunch of people out. Pakistan wants to be independent. There's a lot going on at this moment that's the Quit India movement has now gotten bigger and bigger because of the ways in which Churchill just decided that India was going to be in a war without asking. And the problem is it's putting a lot of pressure on the Raj because they're the ones who are supposed to go and be cooperative, right? And then a number of people have been less cooperative and they're putting a lot of pressure on them. And so at this moment, it is really, really rough. Because a lot of people are really, really unhappy with India being put into the war non-consensually, and then they're taking out their frustration on various Indian nobility as like the figurehead, like standing in for the British, and a bunch of very militant people are like, hey, we should maybe throw some bombs right about now. So there's like a very, very tense moment that, and these talks are meant to try to make everything work better, just fell apart like 2-3 weeks ago. And your brother's words are being used to help stoke some of this militant anger, which makes your parents look real bad in a very, very tense moment. Yeah, and, it's just real bad right now.
Yeah. And from a personal perspective, this is around the time where my grandfather was, and his entire high school was imprisoned for walking out with Subhash Chandra Bose, in fact. So yes, my grandfather was jailed by the British.
No
and
way.
Then also,
with Chandra Bose? That's amazing.
my great, they jailed a high school.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And then my great grandfather on my dad's side was a very prolific and convincing pamphleteer for the Quit India movement. So lots of his writings going around trying to encourage people to tell the Brits to get out.
Yeah. So like we're at the moment where the Quit India movement's getting really, really strong, and it is stressing out the British. So this is not there's some stress going on right now with your brother being a very loud figurehead.
Yes. I know you said you'll do your best, but specifically, if there's a way for you to stop the broadcasts, because they are probably the single most they pose the biggest problems directly to Mataji and Pitaji in the face of everything that's going on in India. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you about what is going on in India. It honestly, it is incredibly tense, not unlike it is here. Everything is a powder keg.
Pritham kind of just looks off into space for a bit. I'll do my best.
By the way, Pritam, the British want you to spy on Chandra Bose.
Did I get that? Okay.
Because they want to know what these dissidents, right? Like, he escaped because they were going to get him, right? They want to know what he's up to, and you have worked your way in, and they want to know everything that you can tell them about him. Just because, you know, that's what they want. Everybody wants something from you.
It's I mean, you know, being anti-Nazi, sure, but also the people who are fighting them are also directly oppressing your own people.
Yep.
So you're between a rock and a hard place. Have fun.
You see Pritham just standing, and finally he just kind of sits down on one of the benches there, and you just see him just put his hand over his eyes like this, and after a while,
Nalini does like just give you like, you know, sisterly back pats.
Yeah, I mean, like he leans in, like he kind of leans against her hip, and this kind of, and he actually starts sobbing. It's been a lot of pressure, and like it just feels like one after the other, something keeps adding on, and he just stays silent, and you don't hear it, but you just like you literally see his face shake a little.
And she'll you know, she'll pull him in and give him like the side hug, and I think after a couple minutes of silence, she'll say, I hope you knew what you were getting into, because I think you found yourself in the middle of multiple wars. Or multiple possible wars.
Whatever happens, know that my family will always come first. You come first. I would never do anything to hurt you or them. It's not my intent.
I know you would never make choices that you knew would hurt. But, well, as I've learned today, that a lot of the choices you're making don't exactly seem to be your own. And that is a terrible place to be that I am incredibly familiar with.
I just don't know whether my next step will be the right one, or if I'm just going to fall into another pit.
Well, in times like that, I would say ask your older brothers who are wise for advice. But since you don't have that option,
you're wiser than any of them.
I don't know about that. I think I'm just more opinionated. But
because they never talked to you like I did. Or spent time with you like I did, and saw all your little shenanigans like I did.
Yes. You know, I will say it's not the worst thing to be underestimated.
True.
I can use that to your advantage. But as for you, at least it seems as though you have wiser minds around you. So rely on them, ask them. I know they can't speak to what's going on at home, but you don't have to be alone in this if that's how you feel.
They've gotten me this far. I'm sure if I was by myself, I would have been long gone.
And I'm sure they'll protect you, because if there's one thing I know you can do, it is make everybody around you love you.
Don't know why, but I'll take it.
All right, come on, let's go back to this part. Well, I have to go back to this party. Are you even allowed to come?
Apparently not. But perhaps I can sneak some food and be out of your hair.
Yes.
And then he kind of, as they walk out, before they exit, he stops her. I think goes, I'm being serious here, though. Whatever you do, trust no one but the ones I told you about.
Understood.
We are in a den of vipers, and they will take any opportunity to strike, even while looking like a bunch of roses.
Well, I have spent a lot of time with vipers at home, and well, cobras specifically, because we are in India. I'll be okay, and you take care as well. Oh, and she'll pull out a rumal from her purse and be like, get yourself together. You're a prince. Look like one.
Is my makeup off then?
Oh my god. I never thought I'd see the day. And then she'll help fix him.
He's not really just joking around.
No, I know. But she'll still help him get, game face on, as the royals are expected to have.
Could you make a roll for me, please?
Okay.
I feel like this is rapport or empathy. One of those two.
Ooh, empathy. I just click on it, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. That was bad.
You need a 2. Would you like to spend a fate point?
Yes, because the high concept here just works, right? She's a princess dedicated to her people and her family.
All right then. What are your aspects, dear Pritam?
My aspect. So my high concept is a SOE trained Oxford doctor from Uttar Pradesh, India. My trouble is a doe-eyed Indian prince. Faction is iron will and steady hands, even in the face of fear. Relationship is Hippocratic oath, and my free is disarmingly charming and endearing.
Your iron will?
Yes.
You get a free invoke on that from your sister. She has bolstered your resolve, and you may clear that stress that you have, that mental stress.
Oh,
if you have any left, yep.
I have a 1 and a 2.
You can clear it.
Yeah.
You had a good crying sesh.
I did. I needed that.
Oh, buddy.
That said, Frida, you were out by that ledge, the hedge, yes?
Yes, I'm near the hedge so that I can make sure no one else enters the maze after our 2 siblings, who I assume will finally talk. And loading up young lad's plate. Being very motherly, like a motherly figure, because she's expecting, so it would be good for her image.
I'm gonna say this as a bit of an overview. We have the 2 siblings inside the hedge maze. At this point in time, a number of guests have arrived at the party, which
and she feels bad for leaving Regina there by herself, but she's going to join as soon as someone comes out of that maze.
Which Regina is going to go and is basically having to field all of these guests who are arriving and tittering and chatting. And Oscar is playing cards right now with Adolf because just weirdly nobody else is in that house at the moment in the carriage house. It's weird. And as you are standing there, somebody comes up to you, dear Frida.
Do they? Who is this person that comes up to me?
Guess.
Oh, is it Nicoletta?
It is Nicoletta.
How did I know? I didn't even need you to answer.
And she saunters up to you.
I'm sure she does. Yeah.
And she looks at the boy, and then she looks at the boy again, and then she goes, "Lad, could you just eat over there? I have to have a word with your friend." And he pauses, gives a stare.
I'll scoop another helping of something onto his plate and say, "That will be fine." And like give a reassuring like smile and nod and like a pat, like it's okay to do what she asks at this
Like,
time.
Well, the question is, he doesn't understand. I think
He's
what it
yeah.
is.
trying
Yeah,
to.
and she'll do the gesture like over to the corner, like here, one more scoop before you go over there to eat.
Yeah, and
Pritam kind of points to the shed.
You're not here.
You're in the-
I'm not here.
hedge
yeah,
maze.
you're in the hedge
Oh, we're
maze,
still in the maze.
which
Okay,
leaves
gotcha.
her
Murder maze.
all by herself. So
Yeah,
the
that's
boy
fine.
goes off to like the corner of the house and sort of like sits on one of the
Yep.
benches out there. And
Yep.
Nicoletta looks at you and goes, "So, are you going to be more reasonable?"
And Freda will look genuinely confused. Like, well, I'd like to think I'm reasonable most of the time. I mean, the cravings lately, and she'll put her hand on her stomach, have been a bit unreasonable occasionally. But aside from that, I like to think I'm quite reasonable.
Because I've only tried to be your friend, and some people don't seem to appreciate that.
Are you speaking of Frau Leichner?
Yes.
And Freda will look a little exasperated, probably a little bit genuinely, and say, "Well, Frau Leichner can be quite a personality."
Yes, and she doesn't seem to care that I could be very friendly.
Sirens are going off in Freda's head, but she plays it cool. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Perhaps she's just anxious about the party today.
You know, I have lots of information that I could give to friends.
Really?
Hmm,
That is intriguing.
It is.
Well, you seem like quite a well-connected individual, so it doesn't surprise me.
Yes, but some people never want to have extended conversations with me alone.
Freda thinks to herself, I wonder why, but doesn't say anything out loud. Just goes like, oh, like how sad. Oh, you poor thing.
You know, I have news that I thought that some people might be interested in.
Oh,
It's news that only people with inside connections would know, that people who are like how I imagine they are from the reading I've done would be interested in, but it's very difficult when people don't spend time with me.
I would imagine so.
And when they do spend time with me, they're quite rude.
And Freda just thinks thoughts to herself for a moment, but again doesn't voice them. Just says, well, some people are more predispositioned to rudeness than others.
What can you do to get Regina to be nicer to me?
Ooh, well, Regina is quite a strong personality, I would say. But I suppose I could speak some words in your favor. Not that I know you very well. We only spoke briefly at one time. Back in, what was it, 33?
Yes, and also when I saved your life at the party in Berlin.
She looks like, excuse me. Because Freda doesn't know that part.
And she says that to you.
And Freda just looks confused because she genuinely doesn't know.
I told Oscar that they were going to kill you and that you should leave.
But I mean, they wouldn't have killed me.
No.
My husband being the party coordinator and all.
Yes.
Again, you mentioned that name, Oscar. It rings a bell. Can't
Come,
prove
come,
the face, though.
He was pretending to be your roadie. Well, the roadie of the band. And now he's pretending to be Regina's husband.
I'm afraid it will look genuinely like, what? Because, afraid it can play really dumb sometimes.
Deception?
I would love to. Sure. Oh my god, no. Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll that, first of all, because that is a terrible roll. I'm gonna re-roll based on the fact that I'm a stone cold manipulator.
You rolled a 2, I rolled a 7 epic.
Yeah. Yeah, I rolled almost a crit fail. God bless America.
Down by 4.
I am down by 4.
Roll it again.
I could roll it again, or I could just spend some points on things, because, certain people have certain things in play here. And I'd like to think that since Regina is greeting everyone over by the interest that we are in a nook and cranny, and therefore we cannot be overheard at the moment.
That is true. She's spoken to you out here because you cannot be overheard.
Yes, but I would like to use that aspect.
Which one?
That I created. The nooks and crannies.
How does that help you be more lying, though?
Oh, because I can position myself so that I am, again, busied tending to, I'm just really involved in my work in this little nook and cranny of the corner of the buffet table, and it's distracting. Because I'm not just talking, I'm also doing things.
Nooks and crannies is not going to help you deceive. Come on now.
Deceive other people who aren't here. Fine.
See, I don't think there's an aspect right here that's going to do it.
Could Frida not take an advantage? That's on the board, such as tainted tea time. It is.
I was wondering about tainted tea time.
This is about whether or not this helps you lie, be more deceptive.
Yeah, but didn't I set it up all about this being a party of deception? That was not the hostess with the mostest, but tainted tea time was set up for advantages against the deception that was coming for this party. So,
although this is technically not about this party, it's about Berlin.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay.
I think in that case, then
flashback.
Nicoletta, and also I was tempted. I'm, because that's a separation of 4. I will at least spend 1 fate point for a flashback because she did not interact with Oscar at all at said party in Berlin. The only person she interacted with at said party was Nazi
Sylvie.
officials and briefly Sylvie. She did not look at Oscar. She did not speak to Oscar at that party.
Yes. We go back. That is true. So you can use that to give yourself a +2. So she does
2.
So that
it's only 2 differential.
So that she will not get a boost on you.
Correct.
But she knows you're lying.
Yeah, but she doesn't get a boost on me because it was well established at the party, and she knows it that I did not look at nor speak to Oscar.
And she says, all of your insistence on being difficult means that I cannot help you. And this is, of course, Regina's stubbornness that is causing her problems as well.
Regina is incredibly stubborn, that we can agree on.
Yes.
Yeah, but I haven't, again, had really the pleasure of meeting you until very recently, except for the brief time at that club in 33. So I cannot say what help you've been trying to give us. If you would care to enlighten me, I would be most appreciative.
Oh, well, I've kept you safe and kept your secrets. I don't want you injured, and I do not want Regina injured.
That would be unfortunate, yes.
And there are many people who do want her injured, or at least her husband. And
Well, that is
indeed,
news
there
to
are
me.
many people who would not be pleased with what all you do, whatever this party's supposed to be for. Now, I want Regina back.
Back how?
I want her back. Not this passive aggressive, not giving me feelings. I want her back. I want her to know how much she needs me.
Interesting. Please continue. I am listening.
I'm going to give you something. I don't know how close you are to this one, because...
Not terribly, I must admit.
No,
I'm afraid you seem far more enlightened than I.
No. I don't know how close you are to all of the spies that come through here and there. I don't know all of your organization, but I imagine all of you are all connected in some sort of way, so I should at least let you know that the Gestapo has captured one of your agents named Falstaff. And I don't know how close your relationship is to that one, but my husband is torturing him right now as we speak. And I'm sure...
He's head of SS right now, currently, is he not?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yes, I thought I heard that news. Congratulations.
Yes. So, he's being tortured, one of your people. So, I can be helpful when people are helpful with me. When people give me the things that I want, I can give you things that you want.
You're a tit-for-tat type of individual.
I'm very much a tit-for-tat sort of individual.
I see.
And I feel disrespected.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
So, there are things that I want in order to keep all of this secret.
I see.
I want Regina back, first and foremost. She's mine, and I want her back. And I want her back in a more enthusiastic way.
What about your husband?
I can do what I want. I want a child, a baby, and I want Dr. Singh to get me one sooner rather than later.
At this point, Freda looks completely baffled, partially because she genuinely is. She's like, I'm sorry, you have a husband, you want Freedom to get you a child, but you also want Regina? Like, Regina's not conducive to getting you a child. She's just going on these brain tangents of like, none of what you want makes sense, but I'm listening. And that is the genuine look on her face of just like, I'm sorry, what?
And lastly, I'm going to want protection when I need it.
Protection from what? Your husband is head of SS?
Yes, but there are many different sorts of dangers, and so those are the three things I want.
Well, I can't say I can help you out with Dr. Pretom Singh, Dr. Singh, and
Well,
a
you two are
child.
thick as thieves, and I know that he has taken over, I assume, a practice from someone I was trying to get a hold of, and that practice is one where women who are in trouble, would go, which means there are women who are in trouble who have children, and I want one.
Oh, interesting. She leans in, like, confidentially, like, are you and your husband having troubles with this child?
I told you what I want, and I've already given you a taste of the things I can give you.
I'm just wondering if Dr. Singh's services could be
I don't
used in
want to
other
ruin
ways.
my figure. I'm not the sort of person who would
Ah,
give birth out of this body. So,
I see.
I want a child,
Mm.
respectable looking, from one of the whores that he probably treats. So, child,
And she looks like, well, then, because she has no idea who these whores he treats would be.
Regina,
You know,
you are famous for your tact and skill. Work on her so that I can have her back the way I want her back. And when I ask
what
for it, I
is
want
that exactly?
protection.
Again, I'm not
Sexually
as close to. Ah,
and
just close to-
emotionally. She
Hmm,
needs to know how much I protect her and how
I
much she
see.
needs me. And protection when I want it. And I will, by the way, continue to keep you safe, all of your little group.
I'm not sure I fully understand everything you speak of at the moment. Again, I am not as close to certain individuals as you might believe I am.
Well, you've been staying at her home the entire time from your kidnapping and all of this. Please, you are a reasonable woman who's smart and knows your way around a social situation.
I do know my way around certain social situations. I put my hand on her hand. I will have a deep heart-to-heart
Good.
with Frau Leixner.
And the rest of your
For you.
group, which I assume is the young lad Luke. Oh, Hair
And
likes
I'm
her,
like,
of course.
who is he talking about?
Regina, and I assume, of course, the doctor, because you all are thick as thieves. It seems as if also your group might include a few others. I've been paying attention.
Well, I can promise you that I will speak with Frau Leixner, and I can speak with the doctor at one of my appointments.
And your other friends, I can tell you, are there being held, if that is interesting to you.
But you said your husband was
That's
interrogating them.
that's
Was he not?
one of them. The Falstaff one. There are others that he
Others.
also has.
Well, I don't know who you could speak of. I don't have very many friends here in Paris, unfortunately.
No, but the ones you have been undercover spies, so I imagine that might be something. If you don't know, now you know.
I see. Well, clutches pearls that I'm not wearing at the moment. This has been most enlightening, Frau Jäger.
I like results, and I think you're one who can give them to me because everyone else seems less useful.
I see. I will have some conversations with certain people. I can promise you.
I have one other bit of information that I'd like you to give to Holgar.
Is Herr Leixner?
Yes. My husband. He came home the other day. Bloody.
Oh. Is this unusual for him, since he seems to be head interrogator at SS at the moment?
Yes. I think he's killed some women.
Oh, how dreadful.
you should tell Holgar that.
Well, when I see him next, which I assume will be after today's brunch, I will be sure to let him know for you.
And then also tell him that if he wants to know, I can leave a note where he can find my husband to have a chat.
But if you like, you can leave said note with me and I could relay it to him.
Just send me a message. Let me know how everyone... I want Oscar to know that I've listened to what he said and I understand what he meant. And I am willing to be helpful, as I always have been.
That is good to know. I appreciate your honesty, Frau Jäger.
And know this, because some people are short. All of you would have been arrested a long time ago had I not intervened and kept you safe from my husband.
This is...
He has not arrested you because I have influence over him. And I'm not quite certain how long I will have that influence. And so I suggest she understands how much she needs me.
Hear your words, Frau Jäger, and I thank you for enlightening me to certain things that I did not know previously. And I will relay the messages you have requested and as information as well.
I am getting impatient. I don't chase people, they chase me. And Regina needs to get back on the program before I decide to stop being so helpful.
Well, I will do what I can in this situation.
All right.
Which is not an inconsiderable amount.
I hope so. I hope that I can count you as a friend.
I did say I didn't have enough friends in Paris.
You did. And she turns and she walks away from you.
As I plot her demise.
She does her thing.
Yeah.
Where do you go, dear Frida?
Oh, again, I keep my eye on this hedge maze until one of the two siblings emerges, and then my attention is completely replaced to the other guests that have attended. As soon as I see one of them come out, I know they've talked and everything's fine, and I don't have to worry about them being overheard, and I do what I'm supposed to do and read the guests.
Indeed. And with that, I will bid you adieu. But before you go, let me ask you, Oscar. You have some time as you're playing cards with this fellow. I mean, people are off having conversations in a hedge maze, and there's a whole party, and all the guards are just called away to do extra security. Adolf plays cards with you. I would like you to roll your choice. Academics or deception? What would you like?
Yeah, it's going to be deception.
Please.
Oops. Fantastique.
Fantastique is 6, fair at 2. You will beat him in cards.
I don't want to.
Interesting.
Can I let him win and get a invoke on his infatuation consequence?
Yes. Yes, you can. I'm making a note on it.
And that's what your boy's gonna take.
Although I will tell you this, it is not easy for you to beat him, although you are beating him terribly, because he seems to also want to let you win. Or at least he's playing with you in this way. Like like you're both playing to win but not win. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of a
then
but you get it. But it is what happens, right?
Right. I literally got a jet. But the last thought I would have is that they both realize what the other one's doing, and that's where I get the invoke from.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And he says, Herr Leixner, there's some time. Would you take a walk with me? I want to show you some points of security in the grounds.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Come. There are some interesting things about this place that you might find interesting. There are hard to find places that I have found.
Yep.
And he will walk you out on the grounds. And Lindy and Greg are going to leave at this moment so that we can then, and please say your farewells so that we may then move over to Regina.
I'm going to jump in front of you, Lindy, because I literally have someone waiting right there. Hi, everybody. Greg, Grimjack21502, Oscar Mueller. Can't wait for next week. See you all. Love you all. Chad, you've been hot tonight, and it's been awesome. I'll see you all. Have a great time.
Bye, buddy. Love you. Oh, he's gone.
Wonderful.
Lindy?
Hi, I'm Lindy. You can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy. My love goes out to Pooja this evening for being calm, cool, and collected when Freda's like, if there's like, look, I know your brother to a certain degree, and that does not mean necessarily good things. Like, let's just talk, women to women. Yeah, no, okay, cool, we're on the same page. Here's some stuff you might want to know about your brother. You should talk to him, but let me fill you in on a little bit. I just loved that, and I'm sorry, KP. I didn't betray you. I just tried to save you. So, fuck the SOE. Freda does what she wants to save her friends in the immediate moment. The SOE training is just a paper trail for her, and that's my love. All love to Pooja, of course, love to everyone else, but most of my love to Pooja because Pooja is delightful, and I have had a lot of wine this evening. And it's all Greg's fault because of DMs we sent to each other at the beginning of the game, and now we all leave together, so I feel like that is fitting and fair. And ooh, Nicoletta. Yeah, that's me. Hi, goodbye. It was lovely playing with you all tonight. Woo. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, by yourself, dear Regina, at this party, you have your other friends have gone. And they have left you here greeting a sea of guests. Lindy, if you have to go, you can go, because I know that you had an out.
Before I go, can I use my last fate point to give another boost to the hostess of the mostest?
You have to roll it.
I will roll for it, but I just What role would you like that to be? Rapport?
Yes.
That's good. And then I'll spend my last fate point to make it great. Or superb, rather. I just want to give Regina as much help as I can because I did have that chat with Nicoletta, and she thinks she knows what she has to do.
That's 2 extra invokes there for the hostess with the mostest.
That's all I can do. Now I will leave. Farewell. Thank you, everyone.
So
love you.
So, Regina, you are at the main part of this party all by yourself. You have got none of your allies with you, and there is a sea of these women showing up. Some you've met before. The ambassador's wife, Suzanne Abetz, the head of the, what would you call it? The the head hen, the head roost, the head of the what's the phrase? The queen of the roost.
Okay.
That's the phrase, right? The queen of
Sure, yeah.
yeah.
I believe you either way.
She arrives, right? And she's there, of course, with Corinne Lucher. They show up together. There is a woman in a man's suit who shows up. Super broad shoulders. Somebody will let you know that that's Violette Morris. And then you've got a few actors have shown up as well. There are a lot of sort of German, like almost all the German wives who are here show up. There are not that many of them because, again, this is a military posting, but all of the German military wives show up who are basically high-ranking wives. They're there, which includes also some of the women who are wives of the propaganda department. So some of Holgar's colleagues' wives show up as well. Sure. And then you've got Lakshmi is not coming in yet. She's a little bit late. She's got some things going on. But you have got a very large number of some of the most important people in the German scene have all shown up. The art scene is not as heavily represented. There are a couple of people, but there are people who are coming because they know that you are married to the person who's making a very important film, yep. Right? So there are, so the people who are coming, but if you are a nobody, you can't get in here, right? So you don't have like starlets and wannabes. You tend to have people who are a bit more connected, who are, people who have been in films, right? I would imagine at this point in time, you probably have Edith Piaf show up as well as like a bit of a surprise. So she's heard that there's kind of like a big to do, and so she's here. And you have Coco Chanel does show up. You have a number of people who are rich enough, important enough, and interested in going to a party hosted by the wife of a very important Gestapo officer. And also, they've heard that there's going to be like royalty there, so that's pretty cool. But there are a number of people who are here because you are at this point in time interestingly important. Like you're important, but not in the same way that Suzanne Abetz is important, right? Suzanne Abetz is the wife of the ambassador, which is a very public importance, if that makes any sense, right? Like she is less.
She's at the table with us. She's probably sitting in the seat Nicoletta wants to be sitting in.
And she's also more public in certain ways, right? Less approachable, right? People who are interested in power plays most likely think that you are an easy person to get access to and talk to than she is, right? Because it is hard to get us in a seat with the wife of the ambassador. But you are probably, you're throwing a brunch, which means you're inviting people. You seem much more open, right?
We've had lunch before, right?
With her, yes, you have.
Yes, yes.
Which gives you a bit of a shine in certain ways. And of course, her presence here is both support, but also she's going to be where there's an important party. Do you know what I mean? Like,
right.
If there's an important party, she will be there. But there's something very interesting about the ways in which this party that you have set up with she is the obvious power that no one can approach. But you are making a party that has her at it, that also has the Berlin Nightingale at it, that has this princess at it. So you seem to have a lot of pull, is what it looks like, but you are not unapproachable, right? So there are a number of people who have arrived at this party interested in who you are, considering you're not particularly, you don't go out a lot, right? Like you have not gone to a lot of the parties. You don't go out a lot. So that seems sort of interesting to people, right? People are sort of wondering who you are that has this much pull, but also is inviting people more broadly, right? Because some people do not invite broadly. And let's be
Right.
fair, it's not like you're actually inviting that broadly, but you're inviting more people than
Right.
Susanna Betts would invite to her party, if that makes any sense. And so there's like a the women who've arrived are, well, you'd need to make an empathy discover action on the room, as it were,
For what reason?
if you want to get a read of them, these people, and what they're about.
But Regina does not care. They're here.
Okay.
She does not care how they're feeling.
Okay.
She doesn't care if they're having a good time or not. She has she's gonna let that play out as it will. If other people have drama or issues, that
So if you do not want to read them and where they're at, no worries.
not at this point. How about that? Because I don't think she's made enough. Like, all she's done is welcome people in. We've not done enough to
Yes. But they're
Yeah.
seated, like, I mean, like, they're picking up finger foods and like they're chatting, right? Because it's a nice sort of brunch.
Right.
And so people are drinking and chatting, and some people know each other, and they're like, you've got probably which is like 15 or so women here.
Okay. So we're probably at like tiny tables of maybe 5. So I imagine the head table's maybe been mixed. We have the most important. Chanel's there. Unfortunately, Nicoletta's there. The 3 ladies that are hosting, including the princess and this French the ambassador's wife. And then everybody else is kind of mingled. I imagine we have the German officer wives at one, and then the French ladies at another. Just kind of perfectly placed, as one might say. I imagine that that was with great help from our dear Frida of exactly how to place these people.
Yeah. So that sounds to me like you've probably got, would you say 3 tables total?
I'm thinking 3 or 4. I don't know if you have because I imagine tables of 5 or maybe circular tables.
Yeah.
Which is funny because Nicoletta felt like she's at the end and it's a circle. Idiot. But yes. And I think once everyone has arrived, because here's the thing, Regina just sent out invitations saying who would arrive. She didn't actually keep any kind of head count. So it was more of a gamble in that regard. So I think when people stop strolling in, like there's always that point in a party where nobody else is coming, and this is just who you got. She and everybody's kind of mingled. We've got cheese and we've got tea and we've got maybe some, I don't know, morning wine or champagne. It's probably champagne. Probably champagne. Kind of passed around. I think Regina will make a bit of a welcome speech. That seems appropriate.
Before you speak, this would be about the time when Nalini sort of makes her way in from the hedge maze. And I will note that, Pritam, when you get back to the carriage house, there is nobody there. It is completely empty.
He kind of just looks around and then kind of just sits down for a bit. He's more so here for his sister anyways, so he kind of just sits down and starts eating and by himself.
And like, I think that Siegfried would follow you and like just sit down, like in the same.
I'd try bonding with the kid.
So you're by yourself in this carriage house as Nalini comes back, and you are going to greet our guests.
And Regina will kind of stand. I imagine there's like a tink, tink, tink of like a glass, especially the moment she sees the princess kind of arrive. It's like the perfect chance to give that big nod. And Regina simply says, "Ladies," big smile, very charismatic. What an absolute pleasure to have the most influential and beautiful women in all of Paris in one garden. I dare say we are much more of a delight than any of these flowers. And she kind of laughs, and she'll look at probably Coco, because I imagine Coco's wearing something out of this world extravagant.
Absolutely.
And she says, "But I imagine through all of the champagne and the cheese, you are wondering why I called you all here."
Oh,
Yeah, see, that's
Yes.
all we're gonna say. Got them. Got them. And she says, well, it's not just to show off good German hospitality, though you are drinking out of fine china shipped direct from Germany. No, I called you all here today because I want to remind you of something. What we are all fighting for. A better tomorrow. And we, as the ladies of the soldiers, the generals, the influencers, the ambassadors, and I make sure I gesture to everyone, right? The ambassador's wife, right? Obviously, Nicoletta, she may be at the end of the table, but I still need to give her due respect. And of course, our dear hosts, and I gestured to
The Comtesse Lisette.
Jeanette. Yes, Lisette. I'm sorry, Lisette. And his name, damn it, General Adolf.
He's not a general; he's a captain.
Stockham.
Stockman, who's not. By the way, I will want you to roll a rapport.
Right, of course.
When
And
you're
Regina
ready.
just says, make sure his name's out there
yes.
so that no matter how much he complains, again, Regina this is Loctite for her. And she says, and most importantly, a valued guest all the way from the other side of the world. A princess. And I gesture towards Nalini as she kind of enters, and will it help her to a seat or whatever? Just give her those eyes, like just play along. And she says, but I actually called you all here simply to remind you of all the good and hard work that we do. I've taken a literal bullet for my country. And she kind of gestures to the place with great long-term effects. I imagine that we have all taken our own metaphorical bullets for our countries. I'm simply here today to shed a little joy and light where I can, and remind you all why you are so important to the fight that we are fighting. When our brunch is done, we'll take our champagne into the garden, and we cannot end such an afternoon without proper entertainment from our very own Nightingale of Germany. Right? She'll be performing in the center gazebo, if you can find your way there. Don't get lost now. Something cheeky. And Regina says, so enjoy the finest of food from France, the finest of China from Germany, and the best company across all of the continents. And Regina will roll for that rapport. You know what? I have to say, I am presenting myself as a good German to some other good Germans, but I don't know if I need to make 2 rolls for this, because I have a stunt with rapport for the powerful wives led by Suzanne. And then I have the one for the good Germans who may not know me.
I will need you to make 1 roll, and we will adjust the number, right?
Okay. Based. Okay.
Right. So your base difficulty is a 5 for the group.
Okay.
And then there is an adjustment, right? Whether or not you
adjustment,
get that.
right? Because one of them replaces rapport
Yes.
with deceive. So
Yes.
let me start with the rapport roll. That makes sense. Okay. And then I guess I'll do this first one with the +2 for this French society ladies or whatever. Okay. So I'm not going to add anything. This will be the flat roll, and we'll do the math. So that's a 4, great on the flat rapport.
And your target number is 5.
Great. And then there would be 2 more added to that for the French ladies. So in the court of Queens, you've been brought into the circle. You get a +2 on overcome actions when using rapport when dealing with society women in Paris. So,
yes. Oh, that would count most of these people.
Great. Then why don't we just make it a 6?
Yes.
We'll just do a flat 6 because Regina, she's deceiving a little, but she really is trying to lay on the rapport. And you know what? Just because I'm sitting on so many advantages, I think I'm going to go ahead and cash one in, making that an 8.
A success. Yes. So now I'm going to note this. That means something else. So for most of the party, that is a success with style. There are some people for whom it is now just a success.
Okay.
for whom it would not have been a success before, because there's some people
Oh.
here who are not society women necessarily. Now, everybody should be a society lady here, right?
Sure.
Because this is a party where really only society ladies are invited. Coco Sinella is certainly a society lady.
Sure.
And the German women are still society women of Paris, if that makes any sense, right? Because
Right.
you would, I mean, absolutely, Susanna Betts is a society woman of Paris, right? She may be German. Like, these people are all rolling in, right, on in.
I mean, and really, if it was just good German to good German, and they weren't, I still get a +2 because
Yes.
I would have used my deceive instead.
Yes,
So
yes,
hopefully it'll equal out.
yes. There are perhaps 1 or 2 people that I would say who would not have fallen under any of your bonuses, but because you spent that free
We'll start
invoke,
there. Yeah.
you do also get 1 or 2 of these people who, interestingly enough, do not fall under all the categories that you have covered.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Those are the ones I want to seek out. Now I would
Mhm.
like to roll that
Mm-hmm.
that check that you wanted to
Mhm.
see if I could
Mm-hmm.
learn. You know, we know
Mhm.
we know
Mm-hmm.
empathy is not my strongest suit, but you know what? I'm the purpose of this party was to try to suss those people out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna roll my empathy.
Mm-hmm.
May have to add some tainted tea time to this, y'all.
Do eyes and ears help here at all?
Yes, they
Hmm.
do.
Because yeah, we have a man who's just
Mhm.
been watching the crowd the whole
Mhm.
time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. I'm going to note. I want awareness.
An
from
awareness
all
check.
present.
Okay, I feel better about that.
Just an
I
awareness
feel
at
much
first.
better about that. That's
I'm
a
not
4.
very good at these.
This is not like deep thought.
-1.
It makes
I
sense.
just roll terribly in this game.
I'm gonna just note. Now, I will say this, dear Pooja. In this game, there are options when you have rolled poorly.
Mm-hmm.
There are things you can do. You can spend a fate point to do a reroll if you like, or get a +2. The number for this, by the way, this awareness is a good, so it's a +3 that you need. You have to beat a 3. So you have a couple of choices. You can reroll. You spend a fate point to reroll. Spend a fate point to get a +2, or you can succeed at a major cost.
And you can ask what that cost is, by the way.
Mhm.
I
You
have 2
can
fate
ask.
points, so I'm
Mhm.
just gonna use them.
Okay.
Well, use one at least.
Yes. Are you going to reroll?
Reroll, yeah.
Using which aspect?
Um,
What allows you to get a better sense of what's going on in a room?
this would, I feel like, once again be her major aspect, because politics and diplomacy are
Yep.
how she functions.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Please do.
Come on. Hey, great.
Good. So this room, this is like a general awareness. So it's just like a general awareness. It's not going to be anything. You don't get any sort of like deep awarenesses in that sort of sense. Like nothing spycrafty. But what you do note is that in this place, this place is full of a couple of different types of people. Right? There are people who are aristocratic French people here. They seem to be sort of, they have the air of sort of older money. There are not many of them. There are actually quite few. Some, but not many. There are a number of German wives and socialites, German power players. There are a number of wealthy French women who may not be aristocratic who are also here. Those seem to be major groups, sort of like German wives. Mostly, it seems to be high-ranking. Many of them not necessarily aristocratic in terms of their manners. right? But like they're not necessarily like, for example, Susanna Betts does not seem like she has aristocratic manners, but she's important, right? So when it comes to people who have aristocratic manners, there are not a lot of people like that here, but there are a lot of people with money or power, right? You have a lot of German wives who seem to have power, influence. Some of them have money, but they don't seem to be aristocratic. You have a smaller number of French women who seem to have aristocratic airs. You have a number of French women like Coco Chanel who have money, right?
Okay.
And therefore a certain level, right? That's bringing them to this space. You have Edith Piaf, who's a singer who doesn't necessarily have a lot of money or aristocratic airs, but she is famous and wants to be here. There are maybe, besides her, one or two other women who seem to you to be a bit more within the entertainment sphere.
Okay.
You have this big butch woman in a man's suit who is there and laughing loudly, and drinking. And she is somebody who feels like she can be wherever she wants to be. You have also men who are carrying heavy boxes, who are sort of working as sort of wait staff, who are exceedingly handsome, and at ease in this role. At ease at being a waiter, it's unclear, but at ease at making a party nice. You also have like maybe 3 or 4 maids of some sort, some women who are clearly help, who work here, who are about. You have soldiers, military people. They are not inside the manor, but they are at the doors to the manor. They are seen patrolling. They are taking a little bit of with the people by the front, by the doors, they're quite present. The people who are patrolling keep distance, right? There's a sense that there are the security is visibly present, close enough. There's about 4 or 5 people who are close enough to be here right away if there's problems, but the rest of them seem to be mostly focused on keeping a perimeter and making sure that nobody gets in, and there seem to be quite a lot of those people. You have got maybe 1 or 2 people who do not stay long but come here or there, who seem to be suppliers of food, drinks. These hot guys are carrying the supplies, but people come in, right, with a vehicle here or there with refreshes. And these people do not particularly stay very long, but they come in, drop things off, hand them to the hot guys, and then move out. There are more people here, Regina, than are part of your team. You did not invite the help. They seem to be the women who work here. They seem to be perhaps, what's the word? They work here, right? So they seem to be regularly here, and they did not. They remain here for this party. These sort of, there are 3 women here, and they seem to be like maids, perhaps. They are around, but they are not. They don't have like a full function, but they are not. But they hover nonetheless, right? But you kind of get a sense of like a small number of entertainment people, a small number of aristocrats, really wealthy French people, French women, some entertainment French women. That is mostly what you get. You do not, there are, like, Josephine Baker's not here. There are not a lot of people who are neither French nor German. There are other sort of society people who are not here. So, for example, there is a very strong Martinican sort of, there are like a bunch of society women from Martinique. They are not at this party. or like from the French West Indies. So that they're like, you do not notice any immigrant women here, and there are some society immigrant women. They are not here. You do not notice like lots and lots of French aristocrats. They're just a couple here. There were, Regina, there were women who were at that last party who were attached to, like, they worked for the military. They are not here either. Like, some of like the secretaries to important people, they're not here. Some of the sort of just like, I mean, Colette's dead, but were she not dead, she probably wouldn't be here either. She's not important enough. So there's like an interesting mix of people who are and who aren't here. It feels very central, like centralized power in terms of who is here and who's not here. And the only people who are standing out to you would be, as in not part of this space necessarily or this vibe, is that woman, that big woman, the maids, the guards, and every once in a while some of these supply folk who come in and out to refresh things. Sometimes they come in and out to refresh things in the house itself, but not for the party.
Right.
They seem to be logistical people, and there's only about 2 of them. They're these 2 men who are bringing in supplies through trucks. And that's like in terms of your vibe, and in terms of relationships, it seems to you as if the powerful German women and the French rich women know each other and associate with each other.
And I'm guessing most of the people here are SS aligned, or there's some like German military aligned.
Mostly SS aligned.
That's what I thought.
The German military people have not, or State Department. So it seems to be mostly SS or State Department. And they all seem to know each other pretty well. They're the aristocratic women who are here. They do not seem to be they don't associate as much. They don't seem to be unfriendly, but they slightly different vibe. Nobody interacts with the help. The one woman, people are not interacting with her as much. Some of the entertainment people interact with her.
The suited lady?
Mm-hmm. Some of the entertainment people like talk to her. But so like if you're thinking of camps, it seems like this is a place where most of the camps are related with some outliers, as how I would put it. Yeah.
Okay. Did Lizette signal Regina on anyone as per our agreement?
She's waiting for the mingling, right? Because now it's like a little bit too much there's a spotlight on you, so she doesn't want to sort of intrude in your space.
At this point. Okay. So Regina will say, well, I'm sure you've all heard enough from me, and I hope to get a chance to meet and speak with each of you one-on-one. Thank you so much for sharing your time, your beauties, your talents with not only each other, but for our countries. Yes, clap, clap, clap. Enjoy your champagne. And I'll kind of take my seat at the table and allow these women to kind of finish whatever they're doing. And I signal to the band or whoever's playing to like continue what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. So then what kind of band is it?
I imagine it can't be too big band. This is just brunch.
Yes.
Oh, I'd like to spend a fate point for a story plot that I already planned for.
Please?
Actually, you know what? I got things to spend.
I'm ready.
I'm spending. Okay. The first one. Can my dress have been designed by the great Coco Chanel?
Yes.
Great.
Absolutely.
Number one.
Regina
Regina needs to be in the best of the best. And if it's for a guest that's here, and I hope she looks great in it. New haircut, mom's bandana, and a Coco Chanel dress. Two, I know that our dear Nicoletta is a cello player.
She is.
I would like to have just accidentally brought a cello to brunch.
So would you say this is like perhaps a string quartet that you have playing?
I think so. Maybe a harp when they first come in, something a
Yes.
little classier,
Yes,
and then maybe
yes.
some violin, but of
Yes.
course there'd be a cello.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the cello player never showed. So when Regina sits down and recognizes, or I mean, I guess, how about that? That's the fate point is spent to assure there is a cello, but no cello player. Oops.
I have a question.
Okay.
You have two different options here,
Okay.
and they have a different impact depending on what
Okay.
you choose.
Okay.
One is a story detail. You spend that fate point for a story detail where there is a cello, but no cello player. Right? Story detail, fair and good. The second option is a compel on Nicoletta, but those two things are different.
Okay. I was actually going to compel her anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna do a yes and here. I'd like for there to be okay, yes. Okay, yes. You know what? Can we say there's a cello but a cello player? Because I don't mind embarrassing some poor person to get off a cello. If it means just weaving a deeper web for Nicoletta.
But you have to have an aspect to compel.
What do I know of her? What do I know her troubled aspect?
Which is you don't leave me, I leave you.
Right. Right. Do I know her high concept?
High society femme fatale.
Yes, that's the one.
And I believe you also know her free aspect. Because I believe she used it on Pretom.
Right. Would you remind me of that one?
Can smell your emotional weakness.
Okay, great. That one's not helpful. But that high concept is, and I think Regina will be talking and chatting at the table and doing the thing.
But here's the thing. Before we do this is the thing. The compel is about the consequences that cannot be avoided. Right? So her playing the cello is not the compel. The compel is what consequence
comes out of her playing the cello
that cannot be mitigated.
I'm torn between two things. The first one being that I can't imagine the last time she picked up a cello. So maybe she's a little rusty. So it's not a terribly great performance kind of a thing. Like she's not as ready to go, but I really like the idea that it actually doesn't look good on her because now she's been seated with the help. She thinks it's all about putting the spotlight on her, but it doesn't really. It does put the spotlight on her, but it puts her on the spotlight with, say, people below her class.
So the complication you want for her to have in her life is that she let's see, because we need it, because so a good compel is like,
I'm trying to think what's a good compel her to you know what, compel her to show off at a party that's not hers. That doesn't look good either. Right, that she like oversteps maybe a little bit.
So but here's the thing, that's the middle part, that's just like the action. The crux of a good compel is the end part, the thing that you want, the way her life becomes complicated, right? So like the thing is, there are many ways in which her life can be complicated, but it's the complicated part that's the point, right? Like it's like guards showing up is not the compel. The compel is that guards show up and you miss your meeting with your contact.
I see.
Right?
Yes.
The missing your meeting with the contact. That's the
okay.
compel.
Okay. This is okay. I see. Okay.
See
so she plays. Yeah, she plays cello.
Because like really, like she plays cello, she doesn't play cello. But the point is, what's the end point?
What's the income?
Yeah.
She plays cello. Whether or not it goes well, it doesn't really matter because. So it needs to be on her.
Like, how is her life going to be? How is her life complicated? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So her life's more complicated because it's either like more shameful, right? Adding more shame to a lot of situations, or what she so desperately wants, which is to have control over Regina. It flips those cards, so she has less control over Regina.
I just feel like that's not a harsh enough complication. You know what I
Maybe
mean?
I'm just really bad at adding complications. I mean, I don't know. The complication would be
Because this is like a compel is a big deal, right? So you, like this is it's gonna hit you. Like this is like a, you know what I mean? Like
it's gonna hit her. Yeah.
Yeah. So for example,
how do I put that? Because I
so for example, this would be a good outcome, right?
Okay.
You can think about this, right? So playing the cello is the means to get to the outcome that is the compel that right? And the thing about compels is they cannot be mitigated or
right. She can't
overcome.
not.
Right. I mean, like you can pay the fate point and then you don't have it. But if you take the fate point, then you must deal with that consequence and that you've accepted it, right? So if you think stealing the goblet is not the actual compel, the compel is that you steal the goblet and now your mother-in-law, like, you know, now your mother-in-law will no longer talk to you. Like that's the thing, right? So you could have, for example, this thing that you're going to compel her to do, the outcome being that she loses some of her allies.
Yes, because what she's trying to set Regina, she keeps trying to play this card like, I know things about you. I know things about you. I want it to get to the point where when she tries to play those cards, nobody believes her.
Now, the thing is, that will be these women here. So her,
right, and that's
yeah.
okay for now because these are SS ladies mostly. You're saying, or SS aligned, and the French aristocracy, right? The wealthy of France, and so that's good enough for Regina.
So
I love that. So yeah, she
I will
loses
say,
a
how about
bit.
she loses Suzanne Abetz as her ally would be the outcome.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So
love that.
Right. So your compel will be give me your compel, that middle part, right? That will get us to her losing Suzanne
Regina
Abetz.
at the table notes how poor the cello player is. And Regina says, you know, I've seen a wonderful cello player once in my life. We go way back. And I gesture to Nicoletta. In fact, we went to college together when Nicoletta studied music. Did you all know that?
Oh, did she?
She did.
Nicoletta, you didn't
and
tell
she's
us you studied music?
quite a cello player.
Well, it's been such a long time.
But I imagine that those skills and those fingers are still nimble. Why don't you entertain us?
I'm going to take that fate point because she
Yes,
will use
please.
it. She will use it for things later.
That's fine. That's fine. She can take it. She can have it. I've got some things I'm sitting on. This is too good.
So she gets up and she sort of smiles. And she is going to
As soon as she gets up from the table, Regina looks at Coco Chanel and goes, she seems a bit overdressed, doesn't she?
And Coco Chanel looks and is like,
I mean, she's wearing what I imagine is like an evening gown to a brunch.
a late afternoon, right? It's one of the, it's like a cocktail dress for a brunch, but it's not like a dramatic evening gown. It's one of those things that's like 4 o'clock, not 1 o'clock.
Right. And she goes, it's too bad she didn't have my designer.
And Coco Chanel smiles and goes, pardon me, I was just about to say something really, really catty and horrible, and I'm going to say it, but I just had to give myself a moment.
Yeah. Yep.
Coco Chanel goes, who is she again?
It doesn't matter. She's part of the band.
And Nicoletta gets up and she takes this cello and she sort of nods to the rest of the quartet and she plays. She gets a +1 for her specialization.
Sure. Maybe she does well. Doesn't matter now.
She's average. It's average is what she does. She's okay. She is rusty. She's not swift and nimble like she was back in college. Also in college, she was never the best cello player. She was technically fine, but she had no soul.
Oh, surprise.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing. She had no soul. And she plays, and it's clearly, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't remember all the parts. She sort of keeps up, but some of the tone is a little bit off. She's doing her best. And most people are fine with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fine. Some people sort of clap. But you can see Suzanne Abetz, the wife of the ambassador to France from Germany, turn her nose up. And you get a sense that maybe there's something else going on. Like, this is just like a little bit cherry on top. And Susanna Betts sort of just turns a little bit to face Nalini and goes, I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Are you here on matters of state? She says to you, as Nicoletta is playing.
She talks over it. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm here mainly to visit my brother.
Oh, is he here?
Oh, somewhere.
Oh.
Not at the ladies' bruncheon, but he is on site.
Oh, he is. Well, I have heard that he is an expert hairdresser, and I feel like I should be able to get a haircut from him. I mean, Regina has this cute short haircut, and when Ms. Chanel has a short haircut, and my haircut's so long, I feel like I should have something youthful and young. Where is he?
Well,
do I know where he is even?
Yes, he's
no,
out. He's out. He's in one of these outbuildings because they went that way.
He may be at the back of the grounds, but I don't think he has his supplies with him today.
Oh, I'm sure they have something. I mean, I definitely want a haircut by the newest sort of hairdresser. I definitely want it. And you have a contact.
Regina goes, I'm sure that we can make that happen. Why don't we, right after brunch, swing by our hotel? I'm sure that we can get Pritam to treat you right.
Oh, we're already here and he's here. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fun.
You know, I think it would be fun. I heard the gentlemen are playing cards out back anyways. Maybe we can get a few of them to come join us.
Oh, yes, and there are some lovely gentlemen here. I think that would be lovely.
Let me see what I can do. And I stand up, and maybe before Nicoletta's even done, that like sour last note, Regina, so the other ladies can join her.
Some people clap. Other people are some people are just not even paying attention to her, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like they're chatting, right? And when you get up and stand, like, and they clap with, but they were not really, like, that wasn't actually very interesting to them, that cello playing, and so they just kind of tuned it out. Now Susanna Betts wants him to cut her hair, probably on the patio, which is a little tricky. It's a little tricky.
Why is that?
He's a prince.
Right. That's okay. Regina stands and she says, "Thank you so much for your beautiful tunes, Nicoletta. What an honor it is to have you as a guest."
She smiles. Well, I have some business to attend to. I want to thank you for inviting me, treating me so well. For likes now. I have some patron of the arts things to do. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there's no gentlemen.
Oh, you're not going to stick around for the Nightingale's performance?
Oh, Frida and I are such dear friends. I'm sure she would sing for me anytime.
That may be true, but this is a once-a-year kind of event, and you're going to simply leave us?
Oh, well, you know, I have so much to do. Would you have a reason for me to stay?
Well, yes, of course. You were invited. And I imagine that every one of these ladies here, and I gesture to the princess, to this French aristocratic woman,
Mm.
to Coco Chanel,
Mm.
are all extremely busy, but they've taken time out of their days to come and spend it with us. Would you like to join us?
Well, when your husband is the head of the SS, you sometimes have more duties to attend to.
I imagine so. Well, sorry to see you go.
Indeed. I'm sorry to leave, but again, I'm always so moved by my performances.
Yes, Regina stands and goes, unfortunately, ladies, Nicoletta is not going to be able to stay with us this afternoon. She's far too busy, she made clear. Let us all say a welcoming goodbye. I want to call it out.
Is that an attack?
If she feels like it is,
It's up to you.
You know what? I would not say that Regina's trying to attack her in any way. She offered for her to stay, but if you would like me to make a rapport attack, I'm happy to.
It's up to you.
Provoke attack.
It is up to you.
Regina's not looking to start a fight in front of all of these ladies. She's simply looking to be a good German. She's leaving us. Let us all thank you once again. So sorry to see you go.
And she sort of smiles, but people are not paying attention to her exit so much. Like
even worse.
You know what I mean? Like you're pointing out that she's leaving, and they're like, well, all right, she's going. You know what I mean? Like they are not. She's no longer so interesting at that moment.
And Regina goes, well, it seems that oh no, I'm gonna lose her. I'm so bad with names. It seems that our dear Susanna Bez has an interesting event for all of us to watch. I'm sure you've noticed my newest haircut. So glamorous, I know, but was surprisingly enough done by our very own Dr. Preetham. And he just happens to be on site today. And I imagine I might be able to influence him into giving Miss Susanna Bez the perfect cut. So why don't you ladies take to the garden? Let me gather him and I'll meet you in the middle. And before the Nightingale of Germany closes out our afternoon together, we'll give Miss Susanna Bez a chance to join us. Huh?
And you hear somebody like, oh, he's so handsome. About our good prince.
Regina goes, he certainly is. And I bet if you ask really nicely, he might even give you his autograph.
And a number of them would sort of get up and sort of move towards the patio. That one woman in the suit seems to be not. I
think Regina goes over to her. Regina knows Regina's kind of figured this out now. And this is the person she needs to actually talk to.
One of the maids was like, should I get him?
If you don't mind, if you would run it, break up the little card game and let them know that Regina has requested that the gentlemen join us. Preetham has a bit of a performance.
Yes, of course.
I last left him over there, and Melanie will point to where she last left him. But Nalini will accompany the folks who are wanting to watch this haircut because, well, she needs to watch this haircut.
Yeah.
Yes. It's and
ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
And Susanna Betts sits in a chair, right, as if she's on a throne. Yes, she does. And people are like, oh, well, let's see what this is going to be about.
And yes, Regina kind of puts a very gentle, polite hand on her shoulder and simply says, we'll go gather him for you. I'm sure that you can handle the crowd.
And one of the maids sort of rushes off to get him.
While they're all circled around this lady and waiting on this haircut, and they're all distracted, Regina would just like to simmer over for a second to the lady in the suit.
Who's drinking?
Of course. Regina makes sure to pick up a glass then, if that is where their comfortability lies, to join them. And Regina kind of holds up a glass and she says, I'm not sure that we've officially met.
We haven't, she says. And she sort of leans in and she puts out her hand.
Regina will shake her hand back
she
with a rather firm handshake. Oh. Regina says, how kind of you.
So.
Your name?
You don't know me.
Pretend I don't.
Violette Morris.
Violette Morris, of course. What an honor. What do I know of this woman?
You're gonna have to give me academics?
Great, fantastic, K can do.
This will be a discover action.
Okay. 5 superb.
You can ask me 2 questions, or get a question and a boost.
Okay, 1 second. Let me tell the cats to stop.
Oh, cats.
Okay, yeah, sorry, cats are fighting. Not the literal ladies at this party. The ladies in my house.
Mhm.
And she goes, let's see, questions. Why is she influential enough to be here?
That's an interesting question. She is a gold medalist.
Oh.
She has won multiple gold medals. This was in the 20s, though, in the shot put and the javelin. She is like a French gold medalist. She also is like a car racer. Like she's raced cars. She was sort of like known for like driving ambulances during World War One. She was married to some dude for like a hot second. They got married and they immediately got divorced right after that. But she's like sort of like a famous Olympic gold medalist. She also how much do you know about Scandal? That would be, I feel like the Scandal would probably be a second question.
Well, I was about to say, my next question, is she gay?
Let me see. How do I describe this? She got a full mastectomy because it made her race cars better.
Of course she did.
She also murdered somebody a few years ago.
Did she now?
She did.
This is a lady after Regina's own heart.
Yeah, there was like a altercation on a houseboat when some woman's husband sort of showed up. She shot him. There was like a little bit of a drama that happened just a couple of years ago. But you know, she was acquitted. It was self-defense.
Of course. Regina will bat her eyelashes very big and she says, of course I know who you are. I've heard all about your days in the Olympics. And of course the race car driving.
That she was an honored guest in Berlin at the Olympics in 1936. That Hitler himself invited her to...
I remember reading in the papers back in Berlin where you were such an honored guest.
Oh, well, you know, I like sport. I like moving one's body.
Interesting. I may not be athletic, but I've been known to move my body.
Have you?
I have.
Interesting. You are sort of the new person in town.
Which is funny, since I've been here longer than most of these wives.
Have you?
Well, my husband and I came for our honeymoon long before Germany moved into France.
Ah, I see. Who's your husband?
Oh, Herr Leixner, of course. Filmmaker, handsome.
Oh.
He's working on the new
paying attention
movie for Germany. Yes, well, he's so busy he doesn't have much time to pay attention to me either.
Oh, really? You know, I have an automotive store. I sell car parts for race cars.
Oh, well, how interesting. You know, I'm a bit busy today with all of and I gesture to whatever's happening over on this place.
And she just kind of looks at them like, who are these people? You know what I mean? Like, there's like a...
right, and Regina simply says, you know, since my husband's always so busy, I tend to spend a lot of time by myself in our manor at the hotel. I'd love to drop by and see your store, or maybe you could come share a breakfast.
I'm gonna need a rapport roll from you.
You got it. Okay. She's not French or German, right?
She is French.
She is.
But she's
she
not
would be
what I
part
would
of
call.
this power...
She's not what I would call a society lady.
Great. Okay, so that one won't work. Well, then I'm just going to roll the flat report. I still have a few advantages here in this play. Okay, a good is not too bad.
Fair on her will
Okay.
to resist. And she's like, hmm.
Well, Regina is a lady's lady, so I'm going to spend my last fate point to make that a 5.
And
I don't get to play that very much.
Oh, yes, indeed. That's a success. You're going to get a boost on her.
Wonderful.
And she does something that's very inappropriate for this context. And KP, Pritam will see this as he's being led in. She pulls out a cigar.
Okay.
Can Regina light it?
Oh.
You can. She bites off the end, by the way.
Humana.
Yeah.
Right? Regina might have a third lady in her life.
And she leans over as this seems to be interesting to her. Like, oh, you want to light my... Okay. Now, please note, women are not allowed to smoke here in occupied France or vote. This is not appropriate behavior for ladies to smoke. Certainly not cigars.
Well, she is a guest.
She is a guest.
Regina's just trying to be a good host.
Mhm.
So Regina will say, here, let me. And we'll do that great thing, probably a match, actually.
Yeah.
And lets her light the cigar. Just as she sees Pritam, and she says, oh, another honored guest.
Oh.
Hello, I was called.
She looks you up and down.
Dear Dr. Pritam.
She
I
puts
hate
out
to
her
say-
hand to shake
Oh.
his.
Madame. And then he kind of leans in and is it a shake or is it looking more like a kiss?
She takes your hand and she shakes it. If it looks like you're
Oh.
about to go and give it a kiss, she turns it to shakes and she squeezes real hard.
Oh, yeah.
You're like the only dude here who's invited to this party, technically, or acknowledged, and she shakes your hand pretty hard. In a slightly aggressive way, you know?
Yeah. He
Yeah.
shakes it. Obviously caught off guard a little bit. There's a slight bit of and then kind of like, and I'm assuming it's not. Is it like painfully hard, or is it just like?
Yes. Yes, it is.
So he tries to like not wince.
Yeah.
And then kind of takes his hand out and goes.
Let me put it this way. You don't have to roll for this. There's a power play going on because there is a lovely lady right here, and there's a little dominance going on. Who's more dominant, you or Violette? It's her, is what she thinks.
Okay.
She just wants you to know right now. Yeah.
Okay.
And Regina says, this is the great Dr. Pritam. You may have heard him on the radio.
Just Dr. Dr. Singh.
Oh.
Pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
Your
Fantastic handshake, if I may say so.
Your sister, the princess, I was told to come for this, but she's beautiful. Although, and she just sort of like kind of turns slightly towards Regina and gives a wink. So, how is there going to be dancing? Are we going to have there's a lot of boring women here.
She says, well, unfortunately not at this party, but maybe when we gather next.
Maybe. I was told there'd be interesting things here, but I didn't know what.
She says, well, hopefully something has sparked your interest.
Maybe. And she smiles, playing a little bit hard to get, but not that hard to get. Also, this person is flirting with Regina right in front of your face, dear Pritam. Just so you know. It is not... I don't know how good you are at picking up those things, but it's not subtle.
It's... Yeah, I mean,
you notice?
Should I make a roll?
No, because this is not subtle. Like,
okay.
It's not subtle. Like,
okay.
Just, yeah.
He just, like, he kind of just marks it. He kind of thinks it's different. He's not used to it, but he trusts Regina. So he kind of just looks at her and marks if she's looking comfortable, and then afterwards be like,
I mean,
okay.
she looks like Regina Leixner is comfortable, not
Yeah.
the Regina you know is comfortable.
Yeah. So
Um,
yeah, he'll just nod, and well, I'm sure next time we would have proper dance arrangements. This was more of just a casual meetup. From what I understand, of course, I wasn't invited.
She says, well, you are now.
Oh.
And Regina kind of speaks up a little bit over and says, ladies, Dr. Pritam Singh has arrived.
What?
And people are like, oh. And like,
And
you see, there are a couple of younger women who are like in their early 20s who are kind of excited about the sort of handsome prince who probably has a lot of money being here at the party at this moment. And you can, Nalini, you know, there's some women here who are like, not aristocrats, by the way, but maybe people would like to marry one. You know, everybody wants to marry a prince.
Yeah.
You know.
And then you see
yeah.
Nalini in that crowd, and she looks like she is about to bubble, like she's about to fall over laughing. She's holding it in so hard. There is so much laughter in her eyes. You can see her eyes are starting to get a little bit wet from holding back the laughter at what is about to happen, which you probably have no idea
He has
about.
no idea. And Regina goes, my dear Jeanette.
Revenge.
No, I'm
Lisette.
sorry, Lisette. God, every time. My dear Lisette, you wouldn't happen to have a pair of scissors in the house, would you?
Oui,
I'm sorry, what's happening now?
one moment.
Anybody-
And
Is there a casualty?
Yes. Well, hopefully not.
and she awareness from you three.
All three of us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, that wasn't a good roll for me at all.
Hold up.
Got a good.
I don't have awareness, so let's see. This is going to be dice gods.
Okay.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Lisette goes off to go get the scissors, and I imagine your conversation continues. Nalini.
Like Pritam at this point is staring at, like, occasionally at Regina, going, "What the f is happening here?"
Pritam, why don't you go ahead and take the stage? Our very own, our very own Suzanne Abetz, who is the wife of the French
ambassador.
Ambassador.
Well, it's the German ambassador to France.
Right.
Yeah.
She is the wife of the German ambassador to France. Very important lady. And in fact, she is a bit fond of your work. So she was hoping you might be able to cut her hair for us this afternoon. I knew you'd agree. And I just kind of push him into the room.
Yeah. And Nalini comes up and does the like arm wrap thing again. And under her breath says in Hindi, "It's not that fun walking into a conversation. You have no idea what it's about, is it?"
And as she takes kind of Pritam away, she just leans over at the last minute, kind of breaking up the cigar smoke, and she says, "You were looking for some entertainment. You might want to stick around."
All right.
You just
This
see,
ought
like,
to be
Pritam
fun.
as he's being dragged again, like, staring back, going, but like not saying it, but you could clearly tell, help.
Oh, there is no help for you here, buddy.
Nalini, what you see is Lisette, this woman, who was introduced as a comtesse, who clearly has an aristocratic air about her, go over to one of the maids, and you can see that you cannot hear what they're saying because they're over there. You can see that she's asking the maid to go and get the scissors, and you see the maid laugh in her face. And then you see that Lisette goes and gets the scissors herself instead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I will note, you do not get the sense that this woman, Lisette, is not noble. You get the sense very much that she is very, very much is a noble. And you do not get the sense that this maid is not a maid. You get the sense that she is a maid, and she does not seem to feel as if she needs to listen to this woman at all.
And I think last week, Frida did tell her about her situation.
The
Yeah.
So
situation.
Yeah. And that is something that would just not happen where you're from.
Mhm.
Right? Like, that is...
Yeah, there's some strange power dynamics at play here.
There's some very strange power dynamics going on here in ways that, like, you would not put up with. Do you know what I mean? Like, that is not a thing that you would put up with, but you see that happen.
Yeah.
And it just strikes you as odd, right?
And Regina will simply join them on the stage. And she'll say, as soon as the scissors arrive. Dr. Preetam Singh will show us that he is more than just a good doctor.
Well, I mean, Madame, my expertise is primarily in surgery and medicinal care.
Pish
I
posh.
just
I've heard all about your haircut. I mean, look what you've done with Regina. Everyone in town is speaking about it.
I understand, Madame. I mean, I appreciate it, and
And
thank
she
you so
takes
much
off
for
her
your
turban.
compliment.
What
And she
a... Oh, yes, go ahead.
puts it to the side, and her hair is quite long, actually. And she's got some gray hairs in there. It is not well cut, really, right? Like it's
Oh,
she looks like the kind of person who's old enough that she doesn't really spend that much time thinking about it, and really she wants a very fashionable. She's got some split ends. She would like a very fashionable haircut. She also
we
does
all?
not seem. Ooh, give me your artisan.
okay. Hey! Oh shit.
Okay, she. Ooh. I don't want to be rude. She's tacky. What I mean to say that is she has money.
Yeah.
She does not have class.
Oh.
And she wears clothing that is expensive,
Mm-hmm.
but she doesn't know high fashion. And she clearly gets high fashion advice from some people, but it's like, you know those people that wear too much perfume?
Uh-huh.
It's like that, right? So she
Okay.
does not have a good sense, you can tell. She's not classy. Like, she's learned how to behave in a classy way, but she doesn't have classy style. To be very classist
Okay.
about it, she's not upper class.
Okay.
And she's in an upper class
It's
space.
like that new money kind of sort of a vibe.
Yes, it's very much a new money vibe.
Preetam clearly trying to butter her up because you already have quite gorgeous hair, Madame. I mean,
Thank you.
so long and luscious.
Thank you. And, you know, from that awareness, Nalini, somebody in the audience, one of these women kind of makes a sneer. One of the aristocratic women makes a little bit of a sneer. There is something going on background, but you don't know what it is. But clearly some people know things about her, and they are getting an enjoyment out of this that is not at the expense of your brother. There's some stuff going on with the wife of the ambassador in her. She's got power, but she doesn't have the name. But she's got power. But these aristocratic women have the name, but they don't have but they're being occupied by her husband, right? So like there's like a very complicated dynamic here about who gets to feel good about being better than somebody else. Right at this moment. In a way that, you know, it's not nice. It's not nice. But she has power and she knows it, if you know what I mean, over these women, because her army is invaded their country. So they have to go and be nice to her. Right? And they may not feel the same way about that. You know what I mean? So there's like, this is a very weird moment. This haircut moment right now, you know, Nalini, is a weirdly charged moment, is what I would tell you. This haircut seems weirdly intense right about now. Like the whole setup feels a little intense. As Regina's in with this woman in a suit smoking a cigar who finds the whole thing hilarious, right? In this kind of like, what is all this sort of a way.
Okay.
The Comtesse arrives
I would greet her to grab the scissors.
with an Indian woman.
Oh,
Good.
Lakshmi Roy has arrived. And
okay.
when the Comtesse was out getting the scissors, Lakshmi came in the front door, and she is escorting Lakshmi in, who's in a sari and is looking like, what is happening here? As she like sees another Indian woman and is like, ooh, okay.
I don't know this Indian woman from Hillabeen, so I'm not going to pretend that I do.
Mhm.
But Regina will go over to meet Lisette and take the scissors and say, "Thank you so much," and leans in for that French kiss
Yes.
one more time to thank her. And as I do, I simply whisper in her ear, "Now would be a good time if you'd like to write a note and give it to me to pass along to the right people."
She smiles, and she some French people, if they're very old school, don't give you just one kiss. You might just do
Right.
8, and she gives you a couple, and she says in your ear, it's very brief because you only have like the moment when you're kissing cheeks, right? And she says, "The murderess is dangerous."
The who is?
The murderess.
The murderess. Meaning the
Violette.
lady she just walked up with?
No, the woman by your side.
Oh, the
car racer, the Olympian.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Mhm.
That's cool. That's cool. That's okay. Regina seems
Just-
to like live and
She's letting you know that she's dangerous.
yeah. Does she offer, what was it, my signal tea? Was that
It
my
was
signal?
canapé.
Canapé.
Mhm.
Great.
She's like, canapé.
And Regina says, "Thank you so much for the delicious canapé."
And she backs away from all of that. And Lakshmi is standing by you because you're the hostess, and she drifts over by Nalini, because that is the other brown person in the room who is not Pritam, to see what is happening right now.
And Regina will very ceremoniously bring these scissors up and like a Excalibur, some well-to-do blade, like pass it off to Pritam as if it is a holy item. As she says, "Regale us, Dr. Pritam, with more than just your radio announcements."
I would imagine like at that point where like as he like he's not really focused, he's starting to get like tunnel vision, and he grabs the like the scissors, and when he looks up, that's probably when he sees Lakshmi, and you just look at him as if though he's a deer caught in headlights, and he's just like, of all the one things that could just make this worse.
He's also standing right next to me.
Your sister and your friend are standing right next to each other.
And yeah, so kind of just looks at her, and then I think at that point though, he probably looks to Regina again, and would Regina kind of just is this like kind of expecting that, like, just confirmation of it's okay, just do it kind of a thing, kind of like that.
We ain't got a choice now. Regina is very much adamant that you're gonna have to cut this lady's hair.
Okay. And you just see him like take a deep breath, and then kind of just go into like that ultra focus that he has as a doctor, as someone who's in the medicinal profession. You just see him like after he takes the deep breath, like his hand actually just still, like almost uncannily, like still only what a surgeon would be able to do, that level. And then he kind of looks at them, like he kind of leans in and kind of puts a gentle hand on her shoulder, and he goes, "What sort of style would you like, madame?"
Something young.
Something fresh, I'm assuming.
Yes. You rolled really well in Artisan before. That probably will
Okay.
not suit her. She is not young. She's not young, right? She is.
Okay.
She
I
is
think
not going to be
instead
able
of,
to pull off
Yeah.
a
I
Coco
think
Chanel
for
haircut.
him, what he's going to do is he's like just like any professional. You're going to take the input, but you're going to like ultimately in the end, you're going to do what you think is going to look best for your client, and you're going to go slow by slow, right? You're going to try doing it a little at a time, but ultimately, and then he's going to try and convince her that this hairstyle that actually matches her is a very fashionable, young, vibrant hairstyle that makes her look good. And very much, and then and he doesn't catch. I didn't catch the side eyes that she was getting from the stuff. But
No.
yeah, I think he just tries to give her a proper haircut that matches her looks, that makes her look beautiful.
You're going to need Artisan for this.
Okay, I kind of got a 4 earlier. That
was to assess.
Okay, so if I guess I can't help him with the Artisan piece because I don't have it. Never mind. I was gonna try to boost him, but we'll see if you need some advantages. Maybe I can help you.
Okay. Come on, baby.
Oh.
Oh.
But wait.
Oh,
Wait, don't you also have an advantage? Hairdresser in demand? What
It's-
does
That is
do?
actually
I think that's a disadvantage.
A
and I'm going to
disadvantage.
cash that in.
Disadvantage.
I'm going to cash that in to bring you down to a 3.
I'm
Can
going to use my. I'm going to
No.
use my. Well, how many do I have left?
You have 2.
I have 2 left, right? So I'm going to open up my character sheet again. It. Well, I'm going to use both of them now, and I'm just going to make this the most fucking fantastic goddamn haircut she's
yes,
ever fucking
do it.
had.
Tell me.
And I'm going to. Well, first off, I'm going to use my iron will and steady hands.
I believe you have a stunt, do you not?
I have a surgical savant, but all that does is allows me to use medicine for fight.
I believe you have a stunt that has to do with the State Department.
I do. I didn't know if that applied here, but yes, using your connections with the upper echelons of society, you were able to purchase and furnish a clinic
Yes.
with the latest advancements that modern medicine provides. Being uptown also helps with meeting high-profile folks, increasing your reputation. Give 2 to medicine or rapport when at clinic to overcome. So it's very specific.
Yes. So this is not it, but
Yes.
please. All right. So what are the 2
So
aspects?
So I'm going to use iron will,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
and I'm going to use doe-eyed Indian prince in the sense of, I would imagine, even though he's not someone he's very disconnected, but he's he understands what fashion is. He understands. He's been trained in etiquette, trained in all of that sort of stuff. So he understands what someone who's up to do, someone who's well known should look like, someone whose royalty should look like. And he's going to give her a very royal haircut, like something that just is going to blow everybody away.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens. We're going to talk about that for a moment because that's significant. The haircut she wanted was not going to work with her and her station.
Right.
And some people would have found that really amusing, but that is not the haircut you gave her. You gave her a haircut that made her look very good. And as you are cutting her hair, there's that moment, when you're cutting hair and it doesn't look good yet, and it starts coming together. And the woman by your side, Nalini, says, "Oh, he will make a very good ambassador," as he finishes up this haircut. And
Regina.
And the minute she starts clapping, everybody else starts clapping, except for a couple of aristocrats who are a little bit huffy about it, but they also then clap in the end. And
I bring around I'm assuming there's a mirror, like one of those hand mirrors, and I kind of, before I give it to you, close your eyes, madame. All right, 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Open your eyes.
Ambassador, I am overjoyed. I will tell my husband.
Oh, I'm glad I could help. I'm glad I could have assisted.
And she looks a little teary-eyed, actually, at this haircut. She looks younger. She looks like a lot of weight is taken off of her. Like she looks great. And she doesn't look as much like, I don't know, somebody who is like a tarot card reader. And
maybe she'll lose the turban now.
She might lose the turban because it was tacky. And she smiles. And you will get a boost on her. And she looks at you for a moment and she says, Your Highness.
Madam.
Thank you.
My pleasure, as always. I'm glad I could have assisted.
Everything that they've been saying about you is true.
Oh, well, hopefully those are good things.
They are. Come close. Come, come.
Oh, yes, madame.
And she gives you a kiss on each cheek. And she says, now listen very carefully.
Mhm.
If you need anything from the State Department, ask me, and the same with your friend. Frau Leixner has put together a very good party, and she's respectful, and I like that. If either of you two need something, you should contact me. You don't know this yet. But my husband is very powerful in Paris.
Oh, your kindness and love is enough, madame, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
No. It is not enough. When the tides turn, you will be in a good home.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
And she smiles, and she says, well, but you're already on the right side of history, aren't you?
I sure believe so.
And you
And
know,
Regina's. Oh,
you
sorry.
don't know what that means necessarily, because
Yeah.
it feels like she's talking about something, but exactly what is perhaps a tad unclear. But something. She's put you inside her, and it seems Regina, or on the inside of something for her at this point. An inside to the club. But you're not quite certain what the club is and who's on the not in the club, right? Like that's a little bit of a strange question. And she goes, your sister, is she staying?
Oh, I'm not quite certain what her plans are. I hope so. I've not had so much time with her. It's been years ever since I've gone off to college and then come out over here. It's been a tough time being with family.
Well, things are going our way. And it's good to know that you're on the team. And thank you for this haircut.
Well, I'm quite proud and happy that this humble surgeon could do
You're a
something for
prince. Come now.
Well, for you, madame, I'm just simply a friend.
Yes, you are. And also, do me a favor. You should tell your friend Regina to stop by my salon. Not this week, that's too soon. But next week, and tell her not to bring her husband.
Oh. Well, I will.
If your sister's here, then she certainly may come. But I would prefer if it's just Regina and your sister if she's here.
Well,
yes. And don't tell anyone else. It's better if I'm not seen speaking to her in this moment.
Well, I'll do my best to convey your heartfelt invitation.
Yes.
Now, shall we show off?
Yes, we shall.
And Regina goes, with as much of a performance as that was, I simply can't ask Dr. Preetam Singh to leave us, ladies. I say he joins us for the final performance in the gardens from our dear Nightingale of Germany.
Ooh, you're like this clapping.
And as we're walking, Nalini will turn to Lakshmi and say, I'm sorry, we haven't been introduced. I am Princess Nalini Singh.
Yes, I'm Lakshmi Roy. I'm a law student here in the Sorbonne.
A pleasure to meet you. Did I overhear you say that my brother would make a good ambassador?
Yes. he's going to be you should be very proud. He's going to be the ambassador for Free India.
Ambassador to where? The world?
Well, here in France.
Oh. Interesting. He must have simply overlooked mentioning it.
Well, he's probably being discreet or humble, but soon, perhaps in a month or two, there will be a free Indian government, and your brother has agreed to be the ambassador to France for Azad Hind.
I'm delighted to hear that. But please, my brother simply did not have enough time to tell me all about you. Could you
Me?
tell me more about yourself? Yes, what brings you to France?
Well, I had to leave India. Things were difficult. Back home, not everyone is welcome under the British rule. Sometimes people speak too much truth to power, and it is no longer safe at home.
And while we're having this conversation, I would like to use my lie whisperer stunt. So do I roll empathy and then just add the +2?
You want to know if she's lying? You want to know her deal? Yes.
Yes, I'm gonna
do.
try to get a read on this person.
Please do.
Maybe marrying my brother.
I'll be an empathy.
Yeah.
Empathy, and you will get that lie whisperer stunt bonus indeed.
So do I put in the 2 in the input value?
Yes.
Okay.
And just a 2, no plus.
Yeah.
And then
Great.
you beat her by 3, which means you may ask 2 questions or 1 question and get a boost for later on her. And you can ask anything that sort of deals with like her emotional state,
Yeah. Well, the first thing is that I have to get a read on what her deal with my brother actually is, like whether this is a personal thing or a political thing.
Did you want to know?
Yeah.
She's in love with your brother hardcore. Like hardcore. It's just this way in which she said the ambassador part. She is proud of him. She admires him. She thinks he's like, you can just, it's a little embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's
a bit cringe.
Yeah. Also, she's about like 24, 25, 26 maybe. She's like mid-20s. She's older than your brother. She is, from the way she speaks, she is, you would guess, middle class. You're not quite certain, maybe lower middle class background. Educated, clearly, but not of money. That's the vibe. And she is super in love with your brother. Like, yeah, like a lot. You get the vibe that she does not, how do I put this? Because you asked what the deal is. That was the question you asked, yeah?
Yeah.
The deal might be, you do not get the sense that she thinks your brother doesn't know. You get the sense that she thinks they're in a relationship. It does not seem to you as if this is unrequited or she hasn't told him. She has a vibe that she seems like this, from your vibe, she's super in love with him and she feels like she's in a relationship with him.
Hey.
Of some sort.
All right.
Like, well, it doesn't look like, I have feelings and he doesn't know. That's not the vibe you get from him.
No, it's very much a like, we're an established thing.
Yes.
And like she's bragging on her
yes,
her
it
boo
is.
Kind of a thing.
Yes, it is. A little awkward because you're the sister, but Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't he have told you about her? So I'm sure she's not too awkward about it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. What
Second
else?
question.
What should I ask?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Over the course of this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
do I get the feeling that and also based on what my brother said about how he wants to how he thinks she's a good person
Yeah.
and he wants to attempt to sway her.
Yeah.
Does she seem swayable? Like does it seem like she is someone that my brother can turn
To what?
away to the let's not go arm in arm with the Nazis to get freedom side of things?
Why don't you ask her about that a bit?
Okay. So I guess at this point, everyone's just mingling, right?
Like we're like moving towards like the where the performance is going to be, and so like Frida is singing, and this person in a suit is offering Regina drinks as people are watching this performance, and she is standing next to you, listening to you.
So my brother tells me that, and of course, that you, like him, are very involved in the Azad Hind movement. What prompted you to come seek fellow followers so far from home? I understand that you had to leave, but what made you choose this as the path? Of course, back home there are so many trying so many different paths to freedom.
Yes. Well, I'm following Subhash Chandra Bose. He's in Berlin right now, and he's the leader that I think we all need. And I am proud to work with him. I edit a newsletter, and he will be the president of Free India, and we will have a brighter future.
But he is so far from home. There is so much work being done in the country.
Yes. Well,
what if he isn't the ultimate leader? Is that an acceptable outcome to you?
He's
as long
far
as
from
India is
home
free somehow?
because the British were going to kill him. He had to escape. He had to sneak out and walk a long way. But he is one of the only ones who will stand up. Others wish to wait, wish to let women and children be shot, waiting and waiting. We need a communist government, and we need freedom from India, from the British rule. They are our oppressors. They do not care about us, and we need to upend all of these systems. And what Subhash Chandra Bose understands, that many of these others do not, is that it will not come to us just by peaceful protest, because they are not peaceful. We need now, in this moment, this opportunity when they are busy with other things, we need to take arms, and we need to fight for our freedom.
And they've been talking in Hindi.
Yes.
And Nalini will say, but they are not the only ones distracted at this time. The Germans, do you really think they will break away from their efforts here to help Bose's efforts back home?
Well, she's going to make a roll against you.
Fair.
Right now. This will be her empathy.
Okay.
Against your deceive, if you wish to lie, but she will ask you. She wants to try to figure out if you are trustworthy, if you are someone who is, and when I say trustworthy, I mean trustworthy to the Indian people, right?
Okay.
Right? Whether or not she thinks that you can be trusted to not betray the Indian people, which for her also means Chandra Bose, right? To not betray. Like, are you going to go tell like the British what's up? Like, she wants to know if you're a person she can tell things to, and it won't get back to.
In which case, I don't think it's a deceit because Nalini isn't lying about that. I think Nalini, of course, is genuinely trying to find out whether this person, whether she's tied to the militant way to freedom, or if other manners of achieving freedom are acceptable.
Yes.
So,
by the way, and that question you will get your answer to. So if you do not resist that, the question that she's trying to suss out is: are you going to go and tell the British what she tells you? Like, are you loyal to the British oppressors?
No, and I mean, we already. Oh God, my aspect got deleted, but we know my aspect was I'm dedicated to the Indian people.
Knowing that, since you answered that question, she says, listen, Chandra Bose is raising an army, and he will have a regiment of women, and he is going to get support from them. He is here to get support where he can. Germany will recognize the government in exile, and they will support us. They already are. And we are setting up a Free India office in Berlin at this moment. He already has it. And when he declares India free, Germany will recognize the government. And we will be legitimate just as the same way that other governments in exiles are recognized. And Subhas Chandra Bose is also looking for help from Japan, Italy, from all of these places that are fighting against the colonial oppressors that are the British. And he is wise and smart, and I know that he will lead India to freedom in a way that others dare not. And if Germany will not help us, he will get help somewhere else.
That is where I have my hesitation, of course, because we don't exactly have a history of outside powers coming to help folks who look like you and I.
Yes.
In our times of need.
Well.
So we're recognizing a government in exile is all well and good, but without the might to go and enforce it, I worry if it can get to the ends that you desire.
But that is why we are not going to be relying on the German army. Chandra Bose is making his own army, a free Indian army, with volunteers and those in exile. It is our own people who will be freeing our own lands. And there's space for us as women in this.
Is it a large army?
Yes. He's going to make a whole regiment of only women, so that we can take up our arms and fight as my mother did before she was shot.
Well, I hope you're right, because the one thing I agree on is our people have suffered enough.
Yes. They will not give us rights unless we take them. And I stand with someone who will take them. And your brother, he believes that we should be free, and he will fight alongside with us. And I hope that you too will fight with us. And I understand that it is difficult for you, both of you, coming from your power and privilege, to embrace a new kind of government, a communist government where we're all equal. And it is admirable. that you are willing to do so.
It is. I am learning, thankfully, that it is not that difficult to stand behind my brother and be on his side and everything.
Well, if you... I would love your address so that I might contact you, because we always need help. Chandra Bose is in exile because he has enemies at home, but there's always help we can do with it. There's always so much. And she takes your
yes, of
hands.
Oh,
The answer to your question is, oh no, she cannot be swayed from militancy. She's in
Yep.
it.
Yep.
Absolutely. She believes it. And she takes your hands and she says, I hope that we will become as sisters one day.
well, my brother has made terrific decisions so far, so one can only hope.
Listen, I understand that people might be concerned. I mean, your brother is such a strong... He so much believes in the German government and its ability to help us. And I admire his strength, and his strength gives me strength. And I know that sometimes we look at what's happening here and it can be upsetting. But what we need is arms, and we need funding. And the German government will give us that, and that is all we need from them. And then we go home, and we take back our country. And we also need allies who will recognize our government so we have legitimacy in the world, on the world stage. And Chandra Bose is doing that. He's organizing, and I know that your brother will work hard to make sure that the Vichy government also recognizes us when we declare our independence. Your brother will make it so that when we are free, the British will not be able to say anything about it. And if they try, we will fight.
Your
Not
faith
them,
in my
but
brother
we.
Of course, and your faith in my brother delights me. And I appreciate your fondness for him, and I'm sure he does as well. No, he doesn't.
So, I would invite you later, perhaps tonight if you wish. Some college friends and I are going to be making food from India. I am from Kolkata, so it is from this area if you would like. You are invited. It's only college students, and nothing so fancy as this, but I would love to have you visit me and get to know me better, because we may... Well, it would be nice.
Yes, I would have to, of course, consult my brother, as I do not know what he has planned for us.
course.
But I'm extremely ingratiated for the invitation, and I do hope that if not tonight, we shall be able to speak soon.
And if you ever wish to meet Chandra Bose, I work for the newsletter, and I can arrange an invitation if you ever come to Berlin.
Oh, thank you so much. That would be wonderful.
He believes in women, and he believes in our leadership and our wisdom, and he believes in youth. He believes that young people can make a change, and I would love for you to meet him as well, if you ever wished.
Thank you. If I ever find myself in Berlin, I shall certainly look forward to that opportunity. But come, let's enjoy the performance tonight.
Yes. And you can tell she thinks this went well. She feels like she got her boyfriend's sister on her side, that her boyfriend's sister likes her. She's feeling pretty good about it. But you can also tell she likes you. She sees like an intelligence. She sees a leader. She sees somebody who she could imagine being part of the organization. You can tell that she sees that with you, because she's not hiding it, because she does not feel as if you are untrustworthy. You can tell she is seeing you as someone that could, not like she wants to use you, but like,
Yeah.
oh, you could be a fellow comrade, right? Is
Yeah,
how,
yeah.
and you can see it in her voice and in
Mhm.
her manner as she sort of turns and looks at your brother with these eyes as the
With heart
nightingale
eye,
sings. Yes, with
big
heart
ol' heart
eyes.
eye.
As the nightingale sings. And Regina, the nightingale sings, and you have all of these women connected, wealthy or famous, influential, watching this performance, and they're laughing and they're delighted. And as you sort of mingle your way, Lisette sort of introduces you to only one person. She makes a point to introduce you, but only once,
Okay.
to only one person. There is a woman. She is probably about, hard to say, late 30s, early 40s,
Okay.
perhaps. You know, that age it's a little bit hard to determine. And she is exceptionally short, actually. She's not particularly tall. She's probably 4'11" or so.
Okay.
And she is wearing diamonds.
Okay.
And she has got
Does she have a name?
yes. And she's got like a bit of a limp, right? And she's got kind of like a scar. Looks like maybe fire or something like that, shrapnel perhaps. And Lisette says, if you'll excuse me, Comtesse, I would like to introduce you to Regina Leixner. She is the hostess for this event. Regina, I would like to introduce you to the Comtesse, and she, Marie. Marie, and I need a very, very good noble name. Because I had one recently and I lost it. You'll have to forgive me.
That's okay.
Comtesse Marie de Bancali de Manuel. And she introduces you to this woman who looks you up and down for a moment and says in French, "You are the hostess."
Oui.
One sentence. Tell me one thing.
Do I understand what she means by that?
It seems like it's a test.
Tell you one thing.
And she says this in French. And she says it in not particularly loudly, because when Lisette introduces you, she introduces you a little bit away from the rest of the crowd.
Regina simply leans in and in French she whispers, maybe a kiss for introduction, the same kind of process of getting whispers across. And she simply says, "I'd rather be anywhere but here."
Roll your rapport, because that is not a lie.
That is not a lie. That is a full-on honest statement. Great.
She looks at you, and this is her will. She rolls a 5, and she's looking at you a little skeptically. Would you like to use your hostess or the mostest?
I was actually thinking of using tainted tea time because that's more around the idea of the deception of this whole thing.
Yes.
So I will definitely use one of those to make it a 6.
She looks at you and she says, "Good. I will not visit you at that hotel."
Oh, of course not. I'm sure we can find a more private place.
Lisette speaks well of you.
I have nothing but love for Lisette.
We shall meet for lunch.
That sounds wonderful.
We shall meet for lunch. And there is a pain in her face at this moment. There is a cafe. We shall meet there. I will have someone deliver the time and place.
I look forward to it. Thank you for coming.
Yes, I was not going to, but I had at least some entertainment. As she says, as she looks at all of that.
Right.
Right.
Regina says, don't worry, me too. But at least I got to meet something good out of it.
We shall see. People must prove themselves.
And I would never think otherwise.
But you have a chance.
If there's one thing you will learn about Regina Leixner, it is that I never turn down a chance.
Good. We shall see your mettle and your character.
I imagine Lizette will tell you it is made of firmer things than metal.
Yes, but I judge from my own eyes.
As I hope you do. Any friend of Lizette's is a friend of mine.
I hope. But there are flies everywhere in France these days.
Yes, well, it's because this city is full of shit.
You insulted the city. I like it.
She laughs and she says, it is not the city, just those shitting on it.
Yes. Well, I would invite you to my estate, but I cannot. We will meet at a cafe.
Wonderful. Lunch is on me.
No, lunch is on me.
As you wish.
Lisette, you shall speak more about this later. Married. And she sort of walks off as she leaves. And as the brunch comes to a close, I would like to ask a few questions. It is this moment as our brunch is coming to a close and as we come to the close of our episode, I would like to know, as things are being broken down and this party is beginning to dissipate, what all do you do on your way out?
I would imagine Preetham kind of just I mean, it tries to get away from the crowd of girls that probably are still around him.
Yes.
And
yes. People
and,
want haircuts. People want to talk to you. Lakshmi
kind of just
gives you distance, right? Like when they come in, all these people, she just kind of steps back a little bit because you're clearly doing like a thing, right? Like you're a prince and you have all these obligations. So she kind of just like steps back to give you space. But people are all over you.
Yeah, I think she kind of just like looks at Lakshmi, kind of gives her a nod and like a smile, and kind of like hey, now's not the time. We'll talk again, and then just go up to Nalini and try and escort her out, take her home. It's been a long day. She's willing to come with.
Yeah, and I think as all of that happens, until Preetham comes and, indicates that they can leave, Nalini is going to do more of the study the room, kind of read people, take mental notes.
Empathy.
And at some point consult with her eyes and ears.
You will get a plus from your eyes and ears. Oh, you've got +2. Give me an empathy.
Okay, so do I put a 2 in here, right?
Actually, just roll it first.
Just roll it? Okay. That's terrible. I have one last fate point left. So I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yes, please.
Holy shit.
Like, seriously, sometimes, like, it just hate me.
Yeah.
This might be very important.
Oh, so that's
fair.
Fair.
And you have a +4 from your eyes and ears.
Okay.
Which is enough to give you 2 questions. You look at this whole party. You've been here the entire day, right? This entire moment. You can ask me 2 questions about the lay of this land. Based on how you perceive people's feelings.
When she's doing this, I think Nalini's biggest question is, who here presents the greatest danger to my brother?
That is a very good question. Who presents the greatest danger to your brother? That is fascinating. You have a feeling that the greatest danger to your brother, it's a bit of a tie, isn't it? That woman who came in and left, who played the cello, she's trouble for your brother. Because she looked at him with a predatory nature. Not necessarily sexual, although everything about her is kind of sexual, but as if she can manipulate him and she knows it. She's dangerous. In a hostile way, right? You get a kind of sense of she will do whatever she needs to get what she wants, and she doesn't care if she hurts to get it. And she feels like your brother could be a good tool. You get that sense from her very heavily. Also that she seems to be afraid of something. Lakshmi could be a danger to your brother. And not because she means him ill, but because they like each other. Which means people could use her against him. You remember when he said that he didn't want you to come because he wanted to keep you safe? She's here. If anybody wanted to get to him, they could use her, they could threaten her, they could kidnap her, they could attack her. What if she pulls him into a space that puts him into danger in terms of, I mean, he's you said he was in between a rock and a hard place, and she's one of those hard places because she keeps him anchored in one of these spaces. So she is a danger to him. Probably. She probably would also do a lot to try to keep him safe, but this is not a safe position he's in. And you know that. And
The second question is,
if he's really doing spy stuff, then she could be a distraction.
Yeah, that could be an issue. And the second question is the opposite of that, in that given that, now we know, now Nalini knows what the party was for, who at the party represents, it's not an ally, but who would be the most, has the potential to be the most useful to my brother?
So I'm going to tell you this, and this is something that your brother probably might have a hard time with. If you were here longer, you could train him perhaps, or deal with this. There is nobody here who's going to be the most useful to him in an honest way.
Okay.
Lizette seems like she's an ally, but she's stuck in this house. So therefore she's not the most useful. The most useful would be somebody like Suzanne Abetz. But the thing about her is she's a Nazi.
Yeah.
She's really a Nazi, and she knows something. Not about your brother. She's got some secrets. There's a kind of a smugness about her, like I've got some ace cards up my sleeve.
I know something you don't know.
And that you don't know is not necessarily directed towards you all. But she is the wife of an ambassador who is not in charge of this country, but she feels like she knows some things that means she's got a lot more power than people think that she does, right? And you can tell that she's got more power than people think that she does. But also you can tell the only way to make her useful is to lie a lot. You need to manipulate her in a way that will take sustained deceit and a little bit of coldness inside to be able to manipulate somebody in the way you kind of probably have to manipulate her. And does your brother have those skills or the will to do that is the question.
Yep. Okay.
She likes him. She trusts him. He could, if he were cold-hearted enough, use her very well, especially with that haircut.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's all of what Melanie does until Breatham leads her out.
Yeah. And Regina.
Regina will just keep playing it until it's all done. She'll be the last person there. She'll greet every person on the way out. And I think her goal is to have she wants to speak to everyone, and she wants, regardless of their internal conflict, she wants every lady to leave here thinking the best of Regina.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to need 2 things from you. 1, a rapport roll.
Okay.
And this is a big difficulty. This is
Okay.
superb that you need to beat.
Okay, so I have used 2 hostess with the mostesses and 1 tainted tea time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have 3 hostesses with the mostesses left.
Yes, you do.
So that would get me to an 8,
Yes.
which will do it, right?
Yes. Yes, it will.
Great. Let's do that one.
You use your hostess with the mostesses. I'm going to give you an advantage that's going to come through this.
Okay.
You are well thought of, and everybody leaves except Violetta.
Who?
Violetta Morris.
Oh, this
Murderess.
The
well,
murderess.
okay.
She shot a guy. She was acquitted.
Did
Just to watch him die.
And she says,
Well.
she goes, Regina, your husband is not here. Why don't you come with me? I'll take you in my sports car. I have a race car.
As much as I would love to see you rev an engine, I do need to finish cleaning up, and my duties are calling.
No one else is here. Everyone's going. There are all these handsome men who will go and carry things. I have a very fast car, and I'll drive you around the city. And I actually also have gas.
Well, now for the lady who was not interested in this party and definitely thought about leaving early, you've stuck around to ask me to go for a ride.
Yes.
How about this? You help me pack all the china into a box and carry it out to your car.
Fair.
And I'll go for a ride.
Fair. Let's
Deal.
go. And she, like a bull in a china shop, is going to pack up all this stuff. And she goes, and she moves quickly because she wants to take you on a ride in her sports car
Well, you know,
around the
at
city.
least Regina's got the gun hidden where it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. So we will end this episode with Regina in a sports car, a very expensive sports car with very expensive gas, as she tears around the city with you very fast, slightly recklessly, in a way that'll give you all the adrenaline.
I smoke. Ooh, she lets me smoke.
Oh,
I smoke in her
yeah,
car.
it's just like smoking and driving fast. And Praxit is a convertible. It is indeed. It is a convertible. It is fast, and there are not that many people on the road, so it's everything. And Pritam and Nalini go with each other to leave, and Frida probably gets a ride back to the hotel, and that is where we're going to leave it.
May I request that before we part ways, I imagine I say
Yes.
something to Dr. Pritam and our
Yes.
princess, no doubt. Can I slip a note to our dear Hannah to go back?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
That's it. I just want to be able to slip a little note, something maybe Regina's actually written and not had a way to get back, or has been sitting on for a while. It might even be a little crumpled around the edges from where she's questioned whether or not to send it at all. But she will send just a letter back.
And next week we have a duo episode. Lindy and Greg have their duo next week, and we are going to see what happens there with them. And I want to thank you all for this. Pooja,
Night.
thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you
Pooja.
so much.
Of course, I had a blast.
Thank you. Pooja, you just told me things I didn't know, and now we have to talk off screen about a bunch of things. A bunch of things now. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have I'm going to let you talk first. I want you all to sort of say who you are, where we can find you next, and then give some love. And then, yes, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Please, 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 please. Let's start with Dot, who arranged this party, who is going to have a beefy +2 aspect that comes out of this that will be quite useful.
Nicoletta's not the only one holding cards.
Oh, no. Susanna Betts is holding cards. But that's a she's the cat that ate the canary? Right? I think that's
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where she's at. So, my dearest Dot of all the dots, the littlest and the reddest of all the dots, tell us who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and then say, I don't know, how you're feeling. By you, I mean Regina. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay. I'm your Little Red Dot. You can find me online where Little Red Dots are found, mostly over on Kobold Press and with my podcast Stitch of Fate. But there's a couple other things coming down the pipeline. You might see my face a little bit more with D3 at Sea. So for those of you that want to cruise and game, oh boy, have I got news for you. And of course, you can catch me here and over on Unmade Gaming's channel in the in-between. So many things, so many feels. But my star tonight is gonna seem simple, but it's really not. Is the bitchin' haircut that Preetam gave.
Right?
Could not have gone better. I was thinking through all of the worst possible scenarios of like, what if we botch this woman's hair? We're gonna have to buy her a new turban. Like, there's definitely gonna have to be a cover up that happens. And Dr. Preetam Singh came through like a charm. He gets the hero cookie for the day in Regina's mind.
It's actually a very important haircut. That haircut actually is very important.
Yeah, just totally nailed it.
Yeah.
Who needs to be a doctor when you can make ladies happy with their haircuts? It's war, right? Hair's more
no, it's
health.
Yeah, as long as he's not any of the other things he's been forced to do now, he's happy to be just a barber at this point.
I will tell you a secret that you characters don't know. Although with enough searching you can find out. She was a secretary.
Oh.
I believe that she probably married into money.
No, she married the ambassador, but she was a secretary.
A secretary, yeah.
Yes, so she is not a person who has any respect within French high society at all. But
at least
now
we got some respect with her.
But now she is the wife of the ambassador, and that's a big deal. So like that's a very complicated thing where she was a secretary and now she's the wife of the ambassador, and that is a complicated space to be in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
And so that haircut that made her look like royalty, as you said, that was very significant because she did not know how to do that. Do you know what I mean?
So start a Preetam or killing it on the spot. How is Regina feeling? Well, y'all, I want you to know I took another 2 pages of notes tonight, most of which start under the header of time to hatch a new plan for Nicoletta. I know that Regina doesn't know all the details, but she knows that Nicoletta is pulling at strings in the current situation a little bit. And her desperate want to have everything she wants is going to be her downfall. And Regina's just waiting for the moment for it to arise.
She wants what she wants, and she gets what she wants all the time.
Of course she does.
And if she doesn't get what she wants, it really upsets her.
So I hatched some new thoughts and big plans for her, but that's not the only lady on Regina's mind. There are 2 new ladies on Regina's mind. This French woman, this countess that she was introduced to, and of course this lady in the suit
who maybe not a lady, but is in a complicated gender space, let's say.
Very clearly, but here's the thing. I imagine one of the only ladies or people in a complicated gender space that's being accepted by the Nazis.
Yep.
And that's super fucking important. And then to be told that she's also a murderess, Regina's got to know more. There's so much there. That is an uncracked egg that Regina, I think, is not only drawn to, because I don't know that she's actually sexually attracted to her, but she knows how to play the lesbian game really well.
Vila's got swagger. She's got that swagger,
Yeah, Regina, she goes for a different kind of lady in actuality, but you don't want to know that. And, as Regina continues to set seeds that will hopefully assure that no matter what Nicoletta does, she will still always be the good German,
Mhm.
right? To
Mhm.
hold her,
Mhm.
basically hold her cover.
Mhm.
So she's
Mhm.
this party originally was to suss out people, and it did kind of, but what it
Mhm.
actually did was have Regina hatch a little bit of a deeper plan.
Yeah.
In the
that's
long
right.
run. So
That's right.
Regina's mind is racing on
Yeah.
the scale of an agent,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
spy,
Yeah.
and now she's just she's ready to get the fuck out of Dodge so she can start putting some of this into play, into
Yeah.
action, because
Yeah.
that's who
Yeah.
Regina actually is.
Yeah.
And I actually am kind of sad that Nalini actually didn't get to meet the real Regina,
Yeah.
because I think that would have been a whole other
Yeah.
experience for her.
Because the real Regina is actually a very different person, right?
Yes.
Than yeah.
Like polar opposites.
Yeah.
And that's the point, right?
Yeah.
But
That's right.
this time around, you know, here we are. You got to see the worst kind of Regina. And hopefully you just trust your brother's words on the fact that, like, I'm actually a good person. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No.
So yeah, that's where Regina's mind's at.
To be fair, what Nalini did see was somebody incredibly adept at running a space, which is something Nalini recognizes and respects.
Yeah.
So, that's good. Oh, that's good. That makes Regina, it's too bad you didn't get to see her in, like, the real space she thrives in, but she's come a long way from having no rapport, y'all.
Yes.
Season 1 and 2, Regina had no rapport, so we've come a long way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So
KP,
That's
KP, tell us who you are, where we can find you, give some love. How is Pritam feeling?
Oh boy. Hello everybody, my name is KP. I go by KP11 Studios on all your social medias. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and I get to play freaking amazing games with amazing folks like this all the time. I do photography, I do all sorts of things. I am best way to catch up and see what I'm up to is on Twitter. Come say hi. I normally respond, do my best. And outside of this fantastic game, I have the privilege of getting to play so many amazing ones. The latest one is tomorrow. I don't know if they actually announced it yet, but keep an eye out for the Atlanta by Night crew. Gonna be playing some vampires. And it's gonna be fun because it's gonna be a character that I don't normally play. And if you know anything about the type of characters I play, you know what I mean by this, which means that most of them are normally like Pritam.
Sweethearts.
Sweethearts. So opposite of that is going to be fun. And then on top of that, Sunday, I'll be on the D4 Cruise channel playing D&D with them. And I get to play a character that I absolutely adore that I have not played very often. And I'm super excited. She's a sweetheart. Again, I'm going back to my old ways. I can only stay off for one day, I guess. But there you go. Come check us out over there. And then, I'm here Fridays. I'm here on, it used to be, we just finished up Tuesday game on Unmade Gaming's channel, Tales from a Loop campaign. So if you want to catch that, we have our first full season up on YouTube. Go check that out. That's a blast. And then on Wednesdays, I'm on Nat One Fun's channel where we play D&D, and it's basically an isekai game where we pretend, and Puja is on there. So if you love Puja, of course you love Puja.
I do. Yeah.
Come on, how can you not? Then if you want more consistently, and us again having a brother-sister dynamic, but opposite of tonight, then you should come check us out on Wednesdays on That One Fun, and you'll have a blast. And then finally, Thursdays, Void with Dot. I get to play that, and we're wrapping up very soon. 1 or 2 episodes left, so 5 seasons. It's a fantastic show. Come check it out, please. And that's it for now. Anything else?
Love and feelings.
Yes, sorry. Love and feelings. Oh my God, everybody was. I think just going down the list, freaking Greg with his always his monologues. I don't know how he does it. I don't know where he freaking pulls it from. I don't know how does he rehearse it?
Nope.
Not
it's Maybelline.
sure.
It's Maybelline.
And he's fantastic. And that just tugged at my heartstrings, the one that he had with the kid.
Yeah.
That was amazing. Obviously with Lindy, her constant tough love for Pritam, as much as Pritam suffers for it, is much needed. So thank you, Lindy, as always. And then Dot, freaking Regina's plan. I mean, it's so cool to see all the little puzzle pieces fit together, and Dot is definitely the mastermind, and how flawlessly this night went is
so good.
Definitely up to her. The pulling me in for the haircut was
So
the little
good.
cherry on top that I still hate you for, but still it was fantastic. And then of course, my dear Pooja, of course, my sister from another mother. I just
You can't
adore
call
you.
me little when we're not recording.
Yeah, true. That's why. But it's always a blast, and I think Preetham really needed that moment where he's not viewed from any other side. He's not even a prince anymore. With her, he's just a brother.
Yeah.
All the other titles have dropped, all the other responsibilities have dropped, and he really needed that cry because he was being pulled on all directions.
Yeah.
And it never felt like he had really any choice. He was always feeling reactionary to everything. So when he's like, how is this my fault? I don't know what else to do. And I can't explain this to you because I'm not allowed to. I can't tell you because that puts you in danger. And on top of that, that might compromise me. So I just can't.
Yeah.
It was a very tough spot. And I think he just finally couldn't handle it. So it was needed for him. That really was needed.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's my love for tonight.
And how's he feeling right now?
Exhausted.
Nice.
Exhausted. And he just wants to go home and crash in bed.
Pooja, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And then how is your character feeling right now?
Hello, everybody. Once again, I am Pooja. You can find me over on Twitter at Pooja and at Poojaberwalkie on all other platforms. And let's see. The game I'm usually on Saturdays is on hiatus this week. But otherwise, on Saturdays, I play a D&D 5e horror campaign over on Total Party Kiss. It is amazing, wonderful, very queer, beautiful. And so you can find links to that and everything I mentioned. You'll find links to that over on my link tree. Let's see. Then I'm doing a bunch of recordings for things that I'll get to announce in the future. Wednesday, you can find me, as KP said, over on Nat One Fun, playing the more uptight sibling to the stoner skateboarder sibling that KP plays. It's a good time. It's a very different vibe. Very chaos heavy. Lots of fun. Thursday, I will be on a brand new thing that hasn't been announced yet, but stay tuned on Twitter. It's going to be a really fun project with a lot of fun people. And so I'd love for you to come check that out. And then, I think that's it for me. Thank you so much for having me here. I loved it. I loved playing with old friends and making new friends and just seeing, it's such a delightful world, while also being aware of the fact that it's horrific, but it's also such a delightful world to be immersed in, and I'm glad I had that chance. And as for love, I think my big love has to go to KP for that scene. Basically, that scene is what I came here for. I was like, okay, I'm gonna come be your younger sister and we're gonna have this conversation, and it was beautiful and wonderful, and I just love how much vulnerability KP brought to it. It was I love playing siblings with you on screen because I think it really does feel very siblingy to me, at least. And feelings, Nellany is very, very tired. She's had a really long day.
And she saw somebody murdered. It's been a long day.
Yeah, that's it. It started with seeing somebody get murdered. It ended with lying through her teeth,
Yeah.
And then so she's thinking sleep and then have another conversation with her brother about
Lakshmi probably, right?
And also how he either needs to get better at lying or let someone else do it for him.
He's good at convincing people. He has got great rapport.
He does.
He really
does. But I just don't see him. He's just too much of a sweetheart to be a great manipulator on a grand scale.
He sometimes does it, but in the kindest way. Do you know what I mean? Like he's amazingly effective sometimes in this way that nobody sees. He's in all these things when nobody was around that were insanely effective, and nobody saw it. And I was like, oh, I saw it though. So I want to say thank you everybody for being here. I'm troopersjp. I loved this. I want to say thank you, Pusha, for coming. You were amazing. And it's the Rani Jhansi regiment. Is that he made the all women's regiment and to go and fight. And I just was thinking a lot about your trouble aspect of your fate not being in your own hands. And here's Lakshmi, who's a woman who was like, I'm going to actually just take my fate into my own hands, right? In this moment, like how both of you two, I thought a lot about the ways in which your characters have this interesting sort of connection to each other, and that you both represent different choices, right? That were made. And I'm really interested. I want to know what Nalini does with regard to that in the future. Like I want to know like what's going to happen with politics with her. I need to know. And also I probably need to know because there's some questions about refugees that are probably going to come up and I'm going to have to ask you about them. So that'll be a question. And so you can find me, today's Friday, right? Tomorrow at 4 p.m. over at Table Story for Title Blades. 9 a.m. on my channel and Little Red Dot's channel for Simply Divine, where we're going to voice act our way through shenanigans, and it's going to be ridiculous.
What video game, y'all?
Oh, it's going to be a video game. It's going to be
video game.
It's going to be ridiculous.
There isn't one because we kill it.
Yeah, we kill it. And then 8 p.m. Eastern over at Praxagor, the Smophoria's channel on Sunday night for Witcher, The Roads Home. And all of that said, I just want to thank those people who have donated to us this evening. Your donations help me pay the cast and getting, we have a guest and I want to be able to pay them. And so I want to thank you. And I want to say thank you to Rissa, who gave us the message, 500 bits. Welcome back, Pooja. Woo! Pooja, by the way, everybody loves you. So you should just know that people love you and they want you back. They want you back for good. To get my
I love everybody.
British boy bands on. Drafter donated $25. Thank you so much, Drafter. We have Rissa, who gave 200 bits, who was like, oh, poor Siegfried. Yeah. Odious resub said, 2 years of occasionally being about, La Resistance lives on, we hope. Rissa, 300 bits, I'm so here for this brother-sister bonding. Rissa, by the way, is one of our mods. Dot gave 25 bits, I think, for brother-sister bonding. Drafter gave us 1,000. 5 bits from Lindy, who's like, with a lot of salt, right there. Valtiel gave 1,000 bits, who said, I'm having such a good time. You're all fantastic, and gave us joy. Rissa gave us 100 bits, who said, hopefully Nicoletta won't upend the party. I've got some questions about what's going to happen to her.
Wasn't
because
her party, yo.
It was not her party. She thought, she's very entitled, right? She's also a narcissist, so there's that. Rissa's like 100 bits, poor Siegfried, left all alone. Hawkeye gave 200 and said, Sis comes along for Pritam just when he needed her the most. And that is true. And Dot gave 16 with a bunch of salt, which a bit more there. We get 100 from Wandering Soak. Hey, Simon. And then 300 from Rissa, who says this, I hope this haircut goes well. It did. And then lastly, Willen, our bookkeeper, who gave us the really great sponsorship level, 100 bits, who said, thanks all. That was amazing. Such a great mix of history and character moments. And thank you. I will just say the history of this time period is amazing. There is so much to learn, and so often we don't learn much of it. We only learn this very narrow slice. Go and read about the Bengali famine. Go and read about Virginia Hull. Go and read about all of the Armenians who were fighting in the French resistance. There is so much to learn about people, average people, amazing people whose stories are often forgotten. And it's out there and it's amazing. And I hope that you're inspired to go and check out some of the awesome places and learn some of the cool things, because I hope in this moment when things seem tough, the history of the people who stood up to fight for what they believed in, even when those things were messy and difficult, I find inspiring. So I will see you all. I will see you all for Outer Worlds in the morning, and thank you all for being here, and take care of yourself, and I'll catch you on the flip side, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.